lot of traffic. We see the Corvette held you up a little bit over here. That was nice of it.
The problem is he's so fast on the straight and slow on the corner. I guess that's a practical.
Yep. How's the car feel with the lower tire pressure?
Feels better on the low speed, but not as good on the high speed.
Okay, so we'll leave them where they are.
Yeah.
Just leave them where they are.
Although the only thing I'm curious, is there a pressure difference between left and right? Yeah.
Alright, whenever you want to go out, you put your snap back up.
close to survive, no, go one more time. Forth and back, just like that. What comes around goes around, my man. Say hey, hey, say hey, hey. Forth and back, and just like that, you're going down for heaven's gate. I'm gonna take it to the right, we're going down.
trying to bring you down. In the blink of an eye, you'll realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were stuck on. Finally, you will be free to live a life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you're the highest Start doing the right thing. So trust your instincts. Stop listening to others and own your decisions. People will always tell you what to do, meaning how to live. So let's create space for what matters most to you. You'll be glad you did. Now start claiming your time and your mental well-being by saying no more. No more. Say it loudly and proudly. In other words, fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Well, welcome back, guys, ladies and gentlemen, folks, friends, Romans, if there are any out there in the chat. Welcome to the folks watching the show tonight. It's an interesting night to have the show. We've got so much going on, and to be honest with you, we're gonna just try and roll right through it. I originally had intended to have a discussion about relationships and how they kind of go wrong and all of that, but actually I don't have a guest tonight, and I don't have anyone really to play off of tonight. So it's just going to be a little bit of a monologue for the most part. I did send some invites out, so if we get some guys in the if we get the right people to come up, then I'll do that. The election cycle, if you caught my stream yesterday, the election cycle is like really, really important. It always is, but this year, obviously, it's particularly important. We really need to come back after this last 4 years of garbage. And I actually was seeing where Elon had issued a challenge to anyone voting for Kamala to give him a reason why they were voting for Kamala without saying Donald Trump or saying Trump, without using the words Trump or Donald Trump. Why would you vote for Kamala? And so far, nobody's been able to do it. So that's what it is. Yep. Good to see everybody out in the chat tonight. Let's see. Looks like we've got the usual band of miscreants, malcontents. We've got, I see Stochastic Decay is out there. Chris Lestrange, good to see you again, sir. Effing Epic. Always good to have you in the chat, sir. Mr. Boulay, as usual. Over on Twitch, I see that we have Ultimate Apes 77. Not familiar with who you are, sir, but welcome. Good to have you in my chat. Dano, of course, making an appearance. Sport Brand, Suspicious. I'm not really sure that I've seen Suspicious on here, but maybe. I don't know. Nick Ga, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Good to see you. Seriously, Shelby, of course, one of our mods here. He asked, and we gave him a mod. I made him a mod. Yes, I did. Joseph Ahorum, are we not men? Or I see you guys out there. Man, Believe in Yourself is out there, and Kevin and Arthur Daya, both of you guys made it. We've got Rust Crawl 2. Rust Crawl 2 has become a member. That's awesome. Or followed, I guess. Very awesome. Good to see you guys. Michelle in the house tonight. Good to see you, Michelle. And Evan O'Brien. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. We've had some good talks lately. Well, not lately, but recently. If you didn't catch my show yesterday, you owe it to yourself to go and watch at least the first hour and a half. It was a monologue, and it went swimmingly. It was great and beautiful. You'll love it. Promise. Moving on to important things. It's difficult to talk about relationships and how men and women treat each other without really a female here to kind of bounce things back and forth and get their opinions. So so it's a little difficult. Kat will not be making it tonight. I haven't heard from her in a couple of days. I hope she's well. I know that she was having a few health trouble, and she's had some family with health with some problems. I'm assuming health. I don't know. So keep her in your thoughts. I haven't seen her. Actually, I haven't seen her online in a few days. So normally she streams during the day. She'll do that a couple of days through the week, and I haven't seen her on, so I'm a little concerned. But maybe she just, maybe it's just the start of school and she's getting her schedule down and she needs some space. That is fine. That is absolutely okay. That is great. Get the likes up or Australia becomes a country. No, Australia becomes real. If we don't get those likes up, Australia becomes real. And then, things could happen. Yes, many good thoughts for Kat and prayers if you choose to do so. I'm not really. Again, it could literally just be that her kid's starting school. It's a new school year. That can really take some time to get used to. I think they've only been in school 2 or 3 days, so let her adjust. Maybe we'll see where things go. It's okay. I'm good. I can carry the show. It's all good. It's all good. It's really good. So, one thing I did, Glenn and I, and Glenn may make it on in a little while, but Glenn and I the other day, we're having a great talk on the phone about simps. Do we have anyone had to feed your mustache? All right. Hey, good, man. Good. Do we have anybody out there in the chat tonight who has been referred to themselves as or been accused of being a simp? Throw out some ones in the chat. If you've been accused of being a simp, or you self-identified as a simp or simp adjacent recently, right? So it's an interesting thing. I think the term's overused now. The actual use of simp is really, it comes from the word simpleton, right? It comes from the word simpleton, and the idea is that you are, that a young man has this affection for a young lady that does not return that affection. And because he's a kind of, he's acting like a simpleton. A lot of these guys are really, really smart, really, really sharp. But because they're smitten, if you will, they'll make good choices. The intelligence level goes down. And that's really what a simp is. Now, a simp does not mean that you are kind, or does not mean that you're mean to women. It doesn't mean that you're overly kind to women. Just because you are kind to women, or that you show them respect and caring, and you act warmly, if you will, towards them, even if they're not, you're not in a relationship with them, it doesn't make you a simp, right? There's like this whole misguided thought process. I can't really describe it as anything else, where if you are nice, like genuinely nice and pleasant to a female, you're a simp. I don't see where that is. I have an expression that I use all the time. And I really used it in business a lot. In general, it costs me very little to be nice. Very little. Right? And I'm not talking about like, I always say that I'm not a nice person, and it's because I'm really not. But it costs me nothing to go through the motions of being nice, usually, right? What does it really cost you? It costs you a little bit. It costs you a smile, costs you a little bit of extra effort here and there, maybe not. And, that's about it. And I mean, and by being nice, I mean like holding the door for someone. I do that all the time. Even I pick my kids up from daycare, and you've got like 3 gaggles of parents and kids coming through the door. I'll hold the door. Why wouldn't I? Cost me nothing to do that. Picking up the tab for picking up like a $20 tab, when you sat down to have a soda with somebody, or just to catch up with somebody, right? Or you meet somebody, and you're maybe not even concerned about making a good impression, but what does it cost you to just say, yeah, I got it. It's $20. Well, I mean, for a lot of people, that's actually a lot of money right now. So maybe that's not. So anyway, I have this expression. It costs me almost nothing to be nice. However, if you're not nice, it can conceivably cost you everything. The person that you're not nice to could be the judge you're going to go in front of for a speeding ticket later today, or yesterday, or whenever. I don't know. I don't know when you got a speeding ticket. You shouldn't speed. Don't speed. Shouldn't do that. It could be the guy who's going to hire you later, right? The person that you're nice to could really be influential on your life, and it costs you nothing to be nice. Nothing, not a thing. Yeah, it's common courtesy. Mr. Boulay says it, common courtesy. And I've always felt this way. And what really got me this way is because in my career, you never knew who you were talking to. Somebody could call up and say, hey, so-and-so, look, I'm looking to run this race, blah, 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 blah. Or, hey, I've got this, and actually this happened to me one time. I had a potential client call up, and they had said, well, so I was in a Porsche. I'm going to, context here. I was at a Porsche shop at the time. I was really, really good at what I did. I was a Porsche racing technician, and I knew a lot about a very narrow band of engine performance with the Porsche. I had somebody call up, and they were talking about what cams to use, and they were doing this and they were doing that, and what they said was out of date. It was 10 years, 10 years out of date. It wasn't what we were doing by any stretch of the imagination. And I was sitting there on the phone talking to him, and without thinking about it, and I wasn't intending to be rude, but I kind of was like, nah, you know, that you don't want to use that. That's dumb. You know, you need to use these cams, those, you know, the GE40s, GE60s, you know, those are Jerry Woods cams. They've been out of, you know, he made those in the 80s and you know, it's just old. It's old technology. We've got things that we're way far along. Right. And I hung up the phone feeling really good about myself. And the customer's like really, really super responsive and really super happy. I hung up the phone feeling really good about myself. And I was telling my boss about it, the owner of the company, about it later. And he's like, dude, don't ever fucking do that again. So you don't know who's on the other end of that phone or who they've just talked to. They literally just could have talked to Jerry Woods himself or Bob Cusimano or any of these guys that are like a level above us. Like we're here. These guys are even more legit than we were, right? You don't know that they haven't been on the phone with them for 3 hours. And it hit me like, holy fuck, he's right. Like, holy shit. That's right. And I could have cost the company a lot of money, right? I mean, these aren't cheap builds that we were doing. F and Epic, the engine we were, I believe that was for a 3 or 3.2 turbo engine, which we weren't doing 3.2s anymore. We were doing 3.3s and 3.5s. But anyway, it's irrelevant. You can go down rabbit holes with Porsche engines. It's just one of those things where, you know, I am an asshole, but if it costs you nothing to be nice, be nice. Because you don't know. The guy that you're talking to may really influence your life later. And if you're consistently nice, and by nice, I mean polite, courteous, genuine, maybe even a little generous when you can afford to be. That's what you can do. And if you do that, then everything's good. So the problem is that if you do that to a lot of men will see you do that to women and call you a simp. If you open a door for women, if you say hello and you're polite and you're nice and you ask about their day. I'm saying as a single person, as a married guy, nobody gives a shit what I do, right? Nobody cares. If you're a single guy, you say, and you're just nice to women, right? Like just nice. You're probably going to be called a simp. That's wrong because you're not being a simp. You're not expecting anything from that woman, right? Except, I mean, it would be nice if she returns a common courtesy. Unfortunately, common courtesy seems to be fleeting in society. And a lot of times women are so used to at this point being treated rudely that if you are nice to them, they automatically assume things that you may not you may not intend it, right? And yeah, are we not? I mean, I understand that a lot of times we're like in this space we joke about it, but I've actually seen in other pages and other areas and other discussions, I've seen people calling people simps and incels just because they're trying to be nice to women, or if they're being mean to women. Like, you know, you're obviously an incel if you call a woman on her shit. All right. If you literally say, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, don't do that, you stupid bitch, someone's gonna call you an incel. Now that might be the kindest thing that you could possibly do for that person. You understand? Like that's actually being nice. Because if you are just pleasant, go, oh, that sounds really good. Yeah, that's awesome. You're actually hurting that person, right? We've lost sight of the reality of personal interaction, right? I think that most of us could agree on that. And Glenn and I were having this talk the other night because, you know, like there's so many there's so many people that call themselves incels that are not incels. They're voluntarily celibate, right? Like they're not involuntarily celibate, right? And which, hey, I think that's a good thing a lot. It's just interesting the definitions that we choose to use, the words we choose to use, and how we apply them, not just in the online space. I'm talking about out in the real world, in your daily life, and when somebody walks by with their friends, what you might say about them or what they may say about you. Beaten cheeks, perfect example. Oh, I'm an incel. He's not. First of all, he's not celibate at all. That's a fucking joke. You know, that dude's he's a dyed in the wool hound dog. Perhaps a revival of How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. Yeah, it is actually. I believe everyone. It doesn't hurt anyone to read that book. But I do think accuracy in the way that we talk about things is very, very important. So it's a very, very interesting thing to watch people do now. But I mean, I know that we like to think about this as just being in an online space and it doesn't flood out into the real world, but it does flow out into the real world. And you will hear people say things like, that dude is just such a simp for that chick. I just don't get it. I don't understand why he just can't understand. She has no interest in him. And maybe he's just being polite. Maybe he just doesn't want to seem like a dick. Maybe when she shut him down, he's like, hey, that's cool. You shut me down. You don't want to go out with me. That's cool. We can still talk like fucking humans. What's up, Two Wills? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. You know, it's an interesting dynamic, right? And Glenn and I had a long talk. Glenn and I had a long talk about this the other night. About how so many people online and off use very poor descriptors in how they talk to each other or they just absolutely misunderstand it altogether anyway. It's very important that if you're going to make a claim like so many people do about, well, I can't find a girlfriend. I can't find a girl that likes me. I can't find any men. I can't find any women. Whatever it is. A little dose of reality really helps. What's up, Fredo Fonzarelli? How you doing? You doing all right? Raging Patriot, good to see you again. Good to see you. It's very helpful if we just hang on to a little bit of reality. There's just no percentage in just going around angry and unhappy and thinking that you'll never find a girlfriend or never find anyone in your life. There's no percentage in that, there's a lot, that, you can't find a girl in your own house. That's true. You can't find a girl in your own house. I don't know, guys. And part of the reason why I was talking about this with him is I feel like that a lot of people look to to Red Pill and some of the other popular online content creators or doctrines to kind of point them in the right direction. And the problem is especially Red Pill. I think Red Pill does really good at helping men become a better man, but the framework that they use for relationships, I don't agree with. And I don't think that it's sustainable, and I don't believe that it creates good marriages. And at the end of the day, that's what I'm really trying to talk about here. Is I think that it's really important to. I think it's really important to, when we talk about relationships, we're not, in my mind, where Red Pill really is really only focused on dating and really not on marriage or how you should be in a marriage or that sort of thing. Or at least I don't get that out of what they talk about, even though they do talk about it. It's just not in any meaningful way to me. So in this conversation that I was having, and after thinking about it for a little while, what I've come up with is that I think that people these days, there's a lot of young men and young women that do not see the value in being married. They don't see the value in being married, and a lot of them don't see the value in raising children. It's not unusual to hear that, why would I get married? I'm just going to get divorced anyway, so why would I do that? That's kind of that's bad. That's a bad thought process. First of all, it's defeatist. That's like saying, why would I get my car and drive? I'm just going to crash my car and die anyway. That's dumb. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's bad. Bad juju. On the other side of it, you've got to look at, what do you want out of life? And there's and a lot of people, men and women. What's up, Damien? Well, man, we're just rolling, man. Just rolling through tonight. Yeah, women will also crash your car. Women will key your car as well, just to help you out. You know, get that fresh paint job for you. Yeah. So it's irresponsible of people to not talk about marriage in a meaningful way, I think. And the same thing with children. If I had known how much children were going to change my life, I would have had children earlier. Not by much, but I would have had them earlier, and I would have had more. The defeatist attitude of, there are no good women, there are no good men, I just don't get that. The problem that we have is the defeatist attitude itself, right? If you tell yourself there are no good women, you will not find any good women. If you tell yourself there are no good men, you will not find good men. If you tell yourself that your marriage will fail, you will, from the word go, set it up to fail. It's just how we work as humans. It just is. So what can we do? This is a long conversation Glenn and I had. I mean, it's very long. Still not. We're still not done with it. I was actually hoping he would come online and chat with us, but he's driving in California and he may not have signal. Then again, he could just be stopped at a instruction. I mean, construction zone or something. I don't know. California's weird. California's weird. I like California. So what can we do as humans? Well, first of all, be nice, be pleasant. You don't have to actually be a nice person to be polite and cordial. Anyway, so nothing prevents you. There is no reason to not be polite, cordial, and in a word, kind. Yeah, I'll answer this. That kind of distracts me from where I was going, but that's okay. When we had our first child, did we have concerns about making enough to support wife and baby at that point? Had you already made it in business by that stage? Yes, but there's always stressors to having children. Anyone that thinks that you're just going to have so much money that having children is not going to be an issue is wrong. It's just wrong. Doesn't matter how much money you make. It's just, you're always going to have stressors. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you do. I mean, unless you're Rockefeller or somebody, and you're always going to have stressors. I think of course, we didn't have kids right away. We waited 5 years to have children after we were married. And one of the things that allowed us to do was to go out and do the things like go on, take a cruise or drive across country or whatever. It allowed us to do a lot of things that we would not have been able to do as easily with children. I'm not saying that's for everyone. I'm just saying that's the way I did it, and it worked out pretty well for me. I don't know. That's that I would do that. Yeah, I think marriage is marriage is really, really important, right? And as a matter of fact, I can't think of anything more important for a man to be a man. I believe it's Ken. I believe that's Ken. Karen and Ken. I could be wrong. I don't know. I have no idea. Let's see. I'm sorry. I'm reading the chat. You guys are going. I have to wind it back because you guys are kind of rolling. Yeah. Darren. Yeah, it could be Karen and Darren. Yeah, we digress. You guys are pulling me into interesting. So this is an interesting sentiment. It's very important and rewarding with a compatible mate. You see, that word compatible is very important because humans aren't perfect. And therefore, the best we can hope for really is that we are compatible with each other, and that when we have issues with each other, we can fix them, right? We can argue and not burn the whole relationship down. We can fall short of our goals and not blame the other person. We can trust that person within certain guidelines to do the right thing. And we can, as humans, or should be able to, in a relationship, we should be able to voice our concerns that, hey, I would rather you not do that because I think this. And communication, everybody says communication is really important. Communications is important, but being compatible and being able to understand each other is really, I think, really, really probably the most important thing. I don't know that I don't know anything else is as important. And by compatible, I literally mean that you have to. Maybe you probably don't need, and this is something I think I go to war with people all the time about this in my private life. About, they will say, well, we're just made for each other, or we're so in tune, we do all the same things. My wife and I do almost nothing the same, right? We don't necessarily. I mean, she tolerates my movies. I can't stand the rom-coms that she watches. We listen to different music. We have gone to a couple of concerts together, right? Because there's some crossover there, but for the most part, she has her music, I have my music. We're not complete opposites, but we're not the same person. I didn't marry my twin. Do you understand? I married someone that compliments me, has the pieces in their life that I lack. Right? And vice versa. Right? Like we're not complete opposites, but the yin and yang aspect, there's something to that, guys. Like and when I say compatible, I do mean compatible. I don't mean made for each other. I don't believe in made for each other, right? Like I don't believe that. So I'm just, just to kind of put that out there and throw that. So, throw that around. I think people often are waiting for perfection, and they'll pass by many compatible mates looking for perfection. You guys, you agree, not agree? It's okay. You can not agree with me. It's okay. Yeah, Kevin, that's true. You and your wife are almost polar opposites. I've met your wife. What's up, JC Garcia? Good to see you in the chat, sir. We're having a discussion tonight about something that Glenn and I talked about over on the phone the other night, and so I'm just kind of throwing it out there to the chat. I'm just doing a great big long monologue. I think tonight's show, guys, we're going to do about an hour and a half of the monologue, and then if you guys want to do call-ins, we'll do call-ins for maybe an hour and a half, something like that. And then I think I'm going to wrap the show a little early tonight. Evan O'Brien, you're welcome to call in. I always enjoy your insights on things. If you guys want to call in, want to come up and if you agree with me, disagree with me, think I'm a fucking idiot, you're free to say so. We do look for perfection. This is true. We look for it, and we always settle. We never find perfection. I say that my wife is perfect for me, but that's because we've been married 20 years and we've grown to fill in the cracks where we weren't, like we were super compatible. Being compatible meant that as we've grown in our marriage, we filled those cracks. And now we can, she can argue with me and say what she can say things in a way that I understand, and I can say things in a way that she understands. And so, I think it's really interesting, right? Like this, why is it that people always say that you need to wait for X or wait for this? And this always sounds like cope to me. Like this is maximum copium. You understand? Like maximum. Like there's no greater amount of copium that I ever hear about than I just can't find the right woman. Right. I don't know. You guys may not agree with that, so. Yeah. Maximum copium. Honestly, I don't think you're wrong about that. I don't think you're wrong. And I think that is, I don't care how, let me rephrase. Let me start back. I'm going to pull back for a second. If we look throughout history at how many parents and grandparents have ended up sleeping in separate bedrooms, and they basically just lived together like roommates, but they did it for the kids. They did it for the kids. They did it for the family. Are you going over to verbal combat? Okay. I need to actually do verbal combat one night. I'm always on the stream, so I never get to do it, but this is actually really good. This is really good too. Making a more moral society. Yes. And I actually saw something about this earlier today. Who did I? Hold on. Did I miss something? Sorry, guys. I'm scrolling, looking. Oh, generally specific, dude. Not cool, man. Don't come in here with that. Not cool. I mean, we're not going to kick you out, but you know, that's not cool, man. Yeah, man. I mean, I would. I probably need to not do a Friday night stream once and go over there and do it. So I should do that. I think women have always been difficult. I think it's a farce. I think it's defies reality to think that modern women are worse than women in previous ages. You know, I mean, remember a lot of our history, morals, and myths are based around women killing their husbands, right? I mean, why is it that people don't pick up on this? A lot of our history deals with the treachery, a lot of our fables, a lot of the stories passed down, a lot of these things, they deal directly with the treachery of women. So to think that we have it worse now is horribly wrong, I think. I think women are better than they've ever been. To be honest with you, I think it's, well, first of all, let's just start out with that they're so upfront about who they are, to be honest, that you can pretty much pin them down on what they believe. You know, like right out of the gate. You can disqualify people right out of the gate, right? You just disqualify them. You can, which is great, right? There are women that are willing and are looking to be good mates, which I think that's something else. I got to be honest with you, and I'll take the hate that I catch for saying this. I don't think that is a determining factor in how good a wife someone's going to be. That's a great thing for a man to understand, and it's a great for paternity certainty, for sure, especially 200 years ago. But I also don't believe necessarily that was the truth. I believe that certainly a much larger percentage was. I can agree with that. I can't necessarily agree that made marriage better. I think we want to build that up into that it made marriage better because it's an easy target. And it's an easy thing to point at and say, see, this is why. Is it though? Is it? So by that logic, none of the women in the chat that I'm aware of could ever be good wives because none of them are virgins. This is the logic that we're dealing with. So sure, better pair bonding. Okay. When can we address the stabbing their husbands in their sleep? when can we address that? Like literally, like a very large portion of our mythology is all deals with the deception and duplicity of women, right? Sure, that's true. However, what you had 95% of the girls running around with young men with zero protection, which is why they actually, which is, why they're the thing, why shotgun weddings exist. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying I think that I love mythology as much as the next guy. So, but I don't believe that that's not necessarily a thing. Look, I'm again unpopular opinion here, and I'm all for chicks staying a virgin until they're married. I'm all for the science of pair bonding, which we didn't know about. However, let us remember that this is true. And actually, I saw something that I think it was Charlie Kirk said today, and I'm going to paraphrase it because it doesn't exactly fit this situation, but I think it does fit it. Here's the thing about about history, right? Our society used to be based on morals and Christian values, and the further we get from, I'm wearing Beretta tonight, baby. It's Beretta. So, Beretta shotguns tonight. So, we were founded on Christian morals. This is why women in our society serve to be virgins, right? Let's not gloss over the fact that a lot were not, and they still did fine, right? The fact that we no longer have the same Christian morals and values that the country was founded on. Now, I was listening to a thing by Charlie Kirk earlier, who was making, this was a debate that he did where he was making the point that the Constitution, the Declaration, all of that all came from a religious background. And as a matter of fact, the first colonies had religion as a requirement as a matter of fact, to be a citizen, you had to be in a church, period. That's the way it is. We no longer have that. And so the further we decay from our Christian ideal and Christian beliefs, the further we decay from that, down that path, the worse it gets and the worse the relationships get. This has not as, obviously a portion of that is virginity. However, 200 years ago, I think that it's something of a fairy tale to believe that that all the women were virgins. I could say I could go along with most. I don't think I can go along with all. And that's just, shotgun weddings were a real thing, right? So, but now there was also, with women were so valuable that to deflower a woman could get you killed, right? So let's remember this too. I mean, we can, it goes, but that sword cuts in both directions. But I believe that the degeneracy is because we continue to move further and further away from Christian morals. Now, I'm not saying that everyone needs to go to church. What I'm saying is that the further we see there seems to be a direct correlation with the further we get from Christian morality, the worse things get. It's literally like this, and you can see it happening, and there's no denying that, right? Like the world is not better because we are trying to substitute ethics for morals. That's not something that works for most people. Now, there are people like Michelle, who I'm assuming is still in the audience, who choose to have a different lifestyle, and that as long as it works for them, that's great. It's great. So, but again, I don't think that we can point to virginity being the magic bullet. Okay, let's also go back to 200 years ago. We didn't have an entire cadre of lawyers that did nothing, that made their entire living off of divorce. Courts that exist only for divorce. Fees, taxes, etc., tied to divorce and child support and things of this nature. Basically, we've created an entire industry to destroy marriages. And we don't even have to get into the abortion clinics and the Planned Parenthood and all of the nonsense there. Like, this is, this is a real thing, right? Guys, I'm going to scroll through the chat just a minute. When I get to talking, I don't actually read the chat. So if you guys want to make some points, chat with me, that kind of thing. That's great. I just want to check and make sure I didn't really miss something important. It looks like everything is okay. Yeah, okay. But remember, again, guys, that a lot of times people married, they fell out of love. They stayed together for their family, for the children, for, morality, all of that. Now you're rewarded for breaking that contract. You're rewarded in many ways that we really shouldn't be, right? Yes, Lorena Bobbitt was a real thing. That really happened. That poor guy got sliced. Cultural problem of modern marriage is downstream from the lie going around the world, the DEI narrative. That's true. So, feminism, yes, true. Ask the Italian boxer, Olympic boxer, if she agrees. I'm not sure of that, but feminism also done that. There's a lot of reasons, guys. There's literally, so on one hand you have marriage, the right thing to do, and on the other hand you got trash. What's up, Silvar Ogre? I see you out there. Austin Celaya, I see you out there. Celaya, I am assuming. He's our Mormon fellow. Yeah, that's right. Silvar Ogre, the divorce industry. That's a great 10 laws to break, 10 laws broken. My, how we've grown. That's awesome, dude. I like that. I really do like that. Yeah, I agree. Serious Shelby there. Didn't Lorena Bobbitt like throw it out of the car and like just like, drive around? Actually, in most places, being an actual harlot and working in a house of ill repute was a respectable profession as long as you kept it as a profession and didn't start, dating the landed gentry or anything like that. OnlyFans would have been, they probably would have been burned at the stake, to be honest. There was, courtesans were a real thing, right? I mean, that's even in the American West, that was they had literally there literally had houses of ill repute. I love that word, houses of ill repute. In a field, yeah, they threw it at. She was dry. She just went for a drive and threw his penis in a field. That's a woman for you, dudes. That's why. Yeah, that's crazy. Austin Salea, that's a solid point, man. I think if I were looking down, it would make me sad, but I would also hold a lot of hope that people can do better, do good things. We'll see. We shall see. I think the Christian ethic is really Arthur and I, we had prostitution and courtesans galore in the United States. They literally used to have houses of ill repute in every town, in every mining camp. That was literally where the word camp followers come from. It's not from the wives that followed the men. It's literally from the women who made their living off of lonely men. So, it's we can't. I mean, while I don't agree with it, we can't down the trap that you fall into is downplaying these things or getting locked into a tunnel vision of seeing it the way that you want to see it. And you have to open your eyes and be willing to look at things and say, yeah, you know what? I don't like it. Right. I don't like I don't like to admit that, there was a very large and accepted practice of whoring people out in the olden days and up until today, but I'm a fool if I don't. Pardon me, guys. Sorry, I don't know why I yawned. Yeah, okay. And the Victorian, those Victorian ideals were in England and on the northeastern seaboard of the U.S., but even they had courtesans that they just did, and we can't get around that. Yeah, since then the French haven't won in warfare. That you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Well, actually, that's not true. The French Foreign Legion did an excellent job in the sands of Arabia. Excellent. We talked about this last stream, Austin, and I think Andrew was really clear, right? Raynor, I'll get to that in a second. Actually, I didn't say it was moral. I just said marriage is. We'll get to that. We'll come back to that. Are there any conditions for which? Yeah. I would just have to echo what Andrew said when he talked to you last week, and that is there are conditions in which it's justified to leave a marriage or a religion as no, Andrew said that it's that there are conditions where it's okay to leave a marriage, but they're like very extreme, not I don't know that he agreed that you should leave your marriage, but I believe that he did say that. Actually, I don't remember. I'll have to look. I don't remember. I want to say that he said that you were, remind me, your wife is not in the Mormon church, but you are. Is that where we're at? Remind me, Austin. I can't remember exactly what Andrew said. And I can't like go back and look at it while you're explaining that. Where did that go? I just saw that. Raynor. All right. Hey, Raynor. All right. So here's the thing. No, it's not a more moral position, although I believe that the lack of morality leads to divorce and so many of the societal problems. But I believe that marriage existed long before we had morality. I think marriage is what makes I do believe that to many people, marriage is what makes a coupling moral. And I believe that men and women are happiest when they are in a functioning marriage. I don't know that that's a moral position. I think that that's just an observation, right? And there's no argument for it, right? It's just an observation. I have observed that people that are married in a functional marriage are happier than people who are not, right? So, especially people who are in long-term monogamous relationships where you can leave at any time. I will throw that out there. So, I believe Andrew did say that, but we were specifically talking about Austin's situation where he is in the Mormon. I believe he's in the Mormon church. You're both in the Mormon church. But her parents no longer are. They want us divorced because of it. Now, refresh my memory, Austin. Are you and your wife happily married, and this is just all like outside church drama because her parents have left the church? He did say that he feels like that you should probably leave the Mormon church if you are not getting what you need out of it. Am I right about that? I believe that's kind of what I got. I believe that that's what Andrew told you, and I would agree with that because and if he didn't say that, that's what I would say. I would say that first of all, nothing against the Mormons. I'm sure they're lovely people, but it's a made-up religion. I can't take it seriously. Jim Bridger. I mean, come on, I just, can't get there, man. I would say, Andrew obviously would say that Orthodox is the only church. I, however, would say that honestly, any Christian church that's actually Christian would be better. So, Raynard, did I answer your question well enough, or do you need more clarification? Yeah. And look, I have had Mormons that worked for me in the past, and they were great. They were great humans. So, yeah. And it is a shame. I think that society doesn't give us the best tools to choose wisely. when we get married. Yeah. The woke train is bad. It is bad. I didn't know I had isms. Am I hitting my tism right now? My tism. Oh man, you guys are getting me tonight. All right, where are we at here? We're guys, we've been on about an hour. We're going to go about another half an hour with the monologue and the little back and forth in the chat. If anybody would like to come up for the last hour, hour and a half, feel free to get a hold of a moderator. Mr. Boulay would be my recommendation. He has the information to have you come up and call in on the show. I will take up to 3 people at a time. If we want to do kind of a panel-ish discussion, I'd rather not. I'd rather stick to 1 at a time and just ask a question, get it answered, and move along. But however you guys, I can be a little flexible on that. Wait, what? I literally went to an Orthodox church a couple of weeks ago, and they got on their knees for the woke shit. What kind of woke shit? What kind of woke shit? I feel like Reynard, was it Reynard? Raynor. I feel like Raynor had more to say. And he's left me kind of hanging here. It's all right. It's all right. It's cool. It's cool. Arthur Daya, I don't know. I don't know what woke shit he's talking. Although I'm telling you, even in my church, man, they're not woke yet. But I feel it coming in the air tonight. Wait, what? Women priest? What? No. Where was this at? Arthur Dye, you're a woman. You can walk in anywhere. It's the benefit of being a woman. Don't be intimidated. Also, it's not intimated. It is intimidated. Oh, in Atlanta? Yeah, I can see that. I can see that in Atlanta. They got a lot of tism down in Atlanta. Tisms are probably have tisms. Yeah, that's the truth, and I think it's actually having the negative effect. So years ago, I had a friend who had a similar experience. He must have gone to every church in town, and he had something to say about every single one of them. And I remember we were all talking about it after work, and he was like, "Well, it's like, my buddy was like, well, if you just start going, even if you don't like it, at least you're there in fellowship, and you may end up finding a church that you like. So don't go just one time. Go, you got to go a few times, maybe get to know a few people, and then move on." What's up, Michigan Christian? Good to see you. Good to see you, fellow patriots. We are patriots. Yes, intimidated. Yes, I will spell check you. I'm good at that nonsense. Yeah, that's so. I don't think it can be called Orthodox officially. That's so weird. Don't tell Andrew, his eyes will cross. If the church's still part of the, oh yeah, never mind. Here, I saw that. Still though, Atlanta's weird. Atlanta just can't get over being Atlanta. So a few years ago, I went to a Baptist church in Colorado. Now, keep in mind, I'm Southern Baptist, raised in Tennessee. We had the evangelical Southern Baptist preachers come in, and they would be doing their thing, you know, the hellfire and brimstone and all of this, you know, like that's a real thing for them. The hellfire and brimstone, you know, you're going to go to hell if you don't do this. If you do this, you're going to go to hell, and all this stuff. And it's a real thing, right? And I'll never forget. I went to this church in Colorado that was supposed to be Southern Baptist, and it was the most lukewarm, touchy-feely thing I'd ever been to. And then I went to it, and I was like, man, this sucks. It must be just what Colorado is all about, right? Like, it's just not true Southern Baptist. And then I went to another one, and I kind of found a home there for a while because it was the same, you know, and the pastor was from the South. And man, he was just on it, you know. And I remember, so in the Southern Baptist church, the only time I've ever seen a female address the congregation is maybe like one of the choir leaders or a, someone who comes up to put on a, you know, like there's going to be a special memorial hymn or something for someone that passed, and a woman might say a few words about that. I've never ever seen them do much more than that. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, no, it's just not going to happen. So, but yeah. So this is actually grind, yeah. This is actually something that's a big thing, is that more and more churches are becoming a production rather than church, right? And I think it's wrong. I think it's bad. I actually rather enjoyed the organ and the piano and occasionally a harpsichord. I actually really enjoyed that. Because, you know, it's real. It's real music. You know, somebody's actually playing. It's not a rock. You know, it's not a rock concert. You know. Arthur Dye, you should probably find a Southern Baptist church, a true one, and don't get scared. Don't be scared. Yeah, we can go ahead and do guests. We can go ahead and do guests, Mr. Boulay. We'll do get some questions answered. So this is an actual thing, Will, and I didn't know this until just recently, but a lot of churches are going out of business, and a lot of it has to do with things like insurance. They have to pay insurance, and the insurance for the churches is jacked up now. And I think Michigan Christian can say something about that, or there was somebody that had the lowdown on that. I didn't even actually really understand it, except their or maybe it's Michelle that had the lowdown on the it's a I don't know, but I know a lot of the churches are going out of business now. Yeah, Southern. I personally believe that if you want real Christian, no nonsense, you're going to hell if you don't change your evil ways. Got to go Baptist, Southern Baptist, naturally. I've been to Church of Christ. Church of Christ can be pretty compelling as well, but lately I've noticed that the Church of Christ seemed to be very woke adjacent. I could be wrong about that, but double check my work. Go check it out for yourself, and it'll be okay. Also, Will, it's be wary, W-A-R-Y, not weary, W-E-A-R-Y. So just help you out. Okay. Just trying to help, guys. Just trying to help. So, what a dumbass host I am. I'm sitting here correcting I'm correcting the people's post. That's really fucked up of me. What about Saint Baptist? I don't know that guy. I know John the Baptist. I know of him. I don't know. Grammar Nazi. Built-in spell check. Presbyterian. I'm not familiar with their work. You just to learn the proper spelling. That's funny. What a dick of a host. What a anti-disestablishmentarianism. They just triggered my tisms again. No, I'm not spelling that. You just already spelled it. Did you spell it right? Near as I can tell, you spelled that right. I thought maybe you were missing an I, but let me see. Tarian. No, you got it. You got it right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, sorry guys. I don't know what it is. I can't help not doing it. I'm sorry. I apologize. It's just the way it is. Michigan Christian, you are muted, sir.
Yep, just muted it. Didn't want to interfere.
No, it's okay. How are you? You
Doing good.
I've got you turned up pretty good, but you may need to either turn your mic up or speak closer to the phone.
Can't hear me? You can't hear me okay?
Yeah, you're a little faint.
I haven't changed anything. Let me check the settings.
It could be my volume. Let me check to see if I got my volume turned down. It's not you, it's me.
Yeah, never heard that too.
Never heard that before.
I'm just going to tell you that when I come in. Check the volume grid.
So what happens is that I monitor everything, but during the intro reels and things like that, I turn the volume down so I can continue to work, and I never turn it back up because somebody's speaking to me until somebody starts speaking to me, and then I'm like, oh, it's me, not you.
Better to do it that way than end up with something unexpected.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So how are you this evening, sir? Were you able to catch any of the show?
Just when I just got on here, I was at a events for Greek.
Kind of rambling about marriage and simping and things like that.
Oh, nice. I just came into the church conversation. I just got back from a Greek Orthodox festival and had to have some food over there. So I went over there.
Yes, everyone says if you're going to go Orthodox, go Greek. They have the best food.
That's what Andrew says. Although I think the food should probably be the least of the priority, but
Yeah, I think he says that a little tongue in cheek.
I think so too.
Yeah.
They like their sour cream and tzatziki sauce, so I'm not a big fan. Everybody likes it, but
Yeah.
They got the dances going on, and they had the the music and the food, so it was a good time.
Yeah.
And
did you catch yesterday's afternoon show, the Thursday afternoon day shift?
The midday show? No,
Yeah.
it was working.
You should play that one back.
Oh,
You will especially the first like hour and a half. You're
okay.
gonna really enjoy it.
Politics?
Yeah. Oh yeah. All
Okay.
politics. Mostly about taxation.
Ooh.
Why we should hate taxes and why taxes are the only reason to vote for anyone in this upcoming election. Like I don't honestly care about. I don't care how. I literally said yesterday. I really don't care how many hookers they've banged. I don't care if they beat their kids. I don't care. I care that they make good financial decisions because we're in a world of hurt right now.
Libertarians don't care either.
They say they don't, but they do. And the libertarian candidate is a drug addict communist. So
yeah. Well, I mean, that's all.
Sorry, I can't support that. I can't support that.
That's all they do care about is taxes and weed. That's about it.
Yeah.
Don't tax me and don't take my weed.
Well, they don't mind other people getting taxed. They just don't want to get me taxed.
Yeah.
I find libertarians, and I literally call them libertarians. I find libertarians and libertarians to be they're the. I really hate to. They're the special youth program in politics.
They definitely are special. I would consider them to be just principled to a fault. Most of them. Some of them are just not educated, but some of them are just that principled to where they refuse to back out of their position. And I'm a pretty stubborn person, but some of them got me beat.
I've argued with them for years, and most of them that will actually argue intelligently are technically conservatives. They just want to smoke pot.
Well, they're conservatives without morals, or without any moral concern, I guess would be the way to put it.
No, yes, usually atheist. Usually they're atheist or claim to be atheist.
Yep, or non-Christian at least.
Or non-Christian at least, yes.
Or non-theist, yeah.
And they claim to be. Most of them claim to be purport to be non-religious, and they just don't. And now, what's interesting is if you start talking, many times when I start talking to libertarians, they start out with they don't want to pay taxes, they don't believe in this, they don't believe in that, but they're perfectly okay with the government being basically the same size it is now. They just don't want it to do anything to them, right? Like, well, what do you think about this? Well, no, that makes sense. We need that. We need to have that.
That's everyone. It's amazing how people will do that too. You say, okay, we're going to cut spending. Yeah, cut spending. Okay, where are we going to cut it? This, and this? No. This and this? No. They never want to agree to it because, it could be bad. Like we're going to have to suffer just an eensy-weensy bit. My post office will have to actually find a private market solution. Nope, can't do that.
Well, and that's the other thing is the very first thing they said, or the very first thing they say is, well, hold on. What's the very first thing they usually say to me is, they don't need government oversight in their lives. And then you say, well, okay, well, what about the police? Do you think we need police, to do like traffic monitoring and which I don't, by the way. I think that's a bullshit job for police. Or what do you think about anything I ask them about? They're usually like, yeah, we kind of need that. That makes sense, right? And I'm like, you're not a libertarian. Well, first of all, they can't define libertarian. That's the first.
Yeah.
The first clue that you're talking to a libertarian is they can't define it.
Yeah. Well, if you ever want to get them to make a response, just say what I say. The ultimate libertarian is an anarchist, and they'll say, "I'm not an anarchist," and you say, "Oh, so you do believe in a government?" Well, yeah, I believe in a government. So then ask them, what does that look like?
Yeah, they'll say that they want the least amount of government possible, and then they can't define that.
Yeah,
and so I'm on the, I'm like, a lot of them are technically constitutional conservatives, right? They're like, well, if it's not in the Constitution, we shouldn't have it. But then they'll say things that are in the Constitution, and they're like, well, we shouldn't do that either. But I usually get them. Or I will usually say, okay, well, I don't believe that the FDA should exist. Oh, no. Well, how do we make sure our food's safe? Kids could die. Well, kids could die anyway. But it's costing us millions and millions of dollars. Why do we need that? Well, people shortcut. They're shortcutting things anyway. Do you really believe the labels? You're literally a conspiracy theorist, and you're believing the labels, right?
Yeah, the food.
How does this make sense? How does this make sense? You don't believe your government, but you believe the FDA when they say that your food is good, right?
They're probably still propagating the food pyramid, also.
Right? Yeah. The food pyramid that was created
Gave us diabetes.
Yes, and not and actually, that's actually true.
Yeah.
That's and I'm like, well, we don't. So I will give like as a constitutional conservative, I will give very specific things that I think we need to end. We need to end the FDA. As a matter of fact, we need to end all 3-letter agencies with the possible exception of the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Commerce, which is not a 3-letter agency, but that's one authorized in the government. Or in the Constitution. Department of Commerce, I'm okay with Department of Agriculture. And I'm okay with the FAA overseeing commercial operations only. But private operations should be private.
I do see some arguments about, how there are things that are easier at the federal level than having the states collaborate. But I do think having the states collaborate is probably the better way to go for decentralization of power. It gets a little tricky with some things like interstate crime, things like that, not having the FBI. I understand the argument like, well, the states would be limited in their abilities. But I think that that's achievable, honestly.
Well, I don't think that we need the FBI anymore.
Correct.
I don't think we need the FBI. I'm okay with keeping the Secret Service. It was originally established, and it has and as part of the Department of Treasury, which was also established originally, and so that I'm okay with that. And I see some value in the U.S. Marshals, right, from the Department of Treasury, and I honestly think that that's honestly where it should end, right? Like the FBI. What does the FBI do? What have they accomplished?
Yeah. And you have to weigh the centralization of power and giving too much power to a branch of government. We've seen what it's done with, for example, Russia collusion.
It needs to be states' rights straight across the board.
Yeah.
And all taxation. All right. So here's the other thing. All taxation has to be in the states. There can no longer be any more federal taxes of any kind.
That would be ideal, yeah. IRS is way too much power.
Well, we have a Department of Commerce, right? So if the federal government wants to tax federal things, such as interstate commerce, intercountry commerce, right? So internation, however you want to say it. So, if they want to tax Japan, great. Fucking do it. Don't tax Americans without, and maybe interstate commerce, maybe not. I don't know. No more income tax, flat tax. I could see as a sales tax collected by the states, or there could be as originally defined, an apportioned amount of the sales tax from each state could be sent to the federal government.
Yeah,
Right.
what the heck is that, Athrodia? Did you see that, Grin, about the breastfeeding Secret Service agent? I
Wait,
heard
what?
about. Yeah, during the assassination attempt, apparently there was one of the Secret Service
I did
agents was
not see
breastfeeding.
that, but I know that they're investigating it because have you seen the police? They're going to get me completely off my government thing here, Archia. Thank you very much. I'm having a very good conversation about relevant things. You're going to get me into mythology.
I am
I
partially
did
blamed for
see.
that.
I did see the body cam footage of the agents the cops where they are talking about how they told the Secret Service to have to put a sniper up on that roof, to have it checked out, to have it sealed off. And the Secret Service did not do that. They absolutely didn't. It was not an oversight. It wasn't because of the roof pitch. It literally was they just didn't fucking do it.
Yeah. So
And the I've seen the body cams, the police body cams footage during. It's boring. There's a little bit of the way what the account the Secret Service released of the shooter's movements doesn't line up exactly with what the body cam footage says or shows. But I haven't watched all of it, so maybe it's just maybe it's a little disjointed or something. I don't know.
Oh, WMD just hit me. I posted a link in there.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah,
You can do that. You have to have Mr. Boulay give you permission.
Oh, so did it show up for everybody, or do I need to give
Nope.
it to Boulay?
Yeah, so what you have to do is Mr. Boulay has to
I'll send it.
like give the link command in your name,
I'll just send it to Boulay, and he can post it.
Yeah, or he can do it. Yeah.
So this URL for a YouTube channel, this guy has been doing this guy's been doing a lot of videos with the police body cams, and he'll match up all the things in diagrams. He's very good at this. He's been coming out with a lot of police body cam footage, and I'll tell you what, like, apparently there's a second sniper that was shooting at him. Not shooting at Trump, but shooting at the sniper that was shooting at Trump.
Yes. Yeah, so there were three. I believe there were 3 total Secret Service snipers, and 2 of them engaged the person.
So one of them was a county SWAT, and he was down on the ground, and he engaged what sounded like first, and then it took like 12 seconds from the original shots for the Secret Service agents to shoot at the guy. But if the county sniper had not shot at him, the guy would have gotten more shots off. And he got body cam footage of the shooter basically looking at the crowd off to the side after he rappelled down the roof a little bit, and it looked like he was actually going to start shooting at people at the side shortly before he got taken out by the sniper. So yeah, that's there's a lot of cam footage coming out. They knew the guy was there. The police actually saw him on the roof where he got shot. They saw him on that roof. They knew that he was up there. For like 12 minutes, they knew he was walking around the buildings, up on the roof, et cetera, et cetera. And what happened was there's 3 snipers in the building next to him. They're saying that they couldn't see him because of the angle of how recessed they were in the windows. But it's just crazy to think that they could have just looked out the window and shot the guy at that point. But it's all pretty crazy. I mean, I still stand by my original argument that there's no reason why, if you know there's a shooter there, you know there's somebody on the roof, there's no reason why Trump should have been speaking, period.
Yeah, so Mr. is right here. Or is that supposed to be Murmur? I don't know. I think it's Mr. Anyway, the Secret Service testimony was that the building was the responsibility of local law enforcement, but the police body cam. See, that's what I saw. I saw the officers saying that they told the Secret Service about that roof and to put somebody up there, and they never did. And the police were never given the go ahead to engage that guy. They were tracking him, but they weren't given the go ahead to engage him. And it's an interesting. It's just really interesting the way this kind of broke down, because when you're looking at these body cam footage, these cops are like pissed, and not now. Understand, nobody had accused anybody of anything yet. Nobody really knew anything, and these cops are pissed because they knew that roof was a potential threat. They also knew that that the Secret Service were not doing enough. And so whether it was incompetence, which is what they're trying to determine now, is whether it was incompetence, or because the Secret Service testimony has not lined up from the word go.
Well, they lied.
Yeah.
The director lied.
Yeah, the director lied, but also even the reports from the field agents aren't lining up. And so now there's actually, I guess, there's several people that believe the assassination attempt was kind of an inside job.
Or at the very least, they left that door open intentionally, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it maybe prime that guy. So I mean, it's just like a lot of the bad actors recently, the FBI has known about for months and just not done anything about it. And there's why are you not doing it? So yeah, it's very interesting stuff. And have you guys noticed that? And I was thinking about this the other day, that I want to say almost all of the recent school shooters, and I'm talking about the one in Connecticut, Sandy Hook, the one in Uvalde, the one in Florida. I can't think of what was the name of that high school? The David Hoggins thing.
I don't know.
Yeah, anyway, the one in Florida, the Aurora shooting, all of these mass shootings. You know what they have in common?
Police ignorance, negligence.
Yes. Well, there's a lot of things they have in common, but one, Parkland, thank you, GMD. Single mothers, angry young men, SSRIs. The Nashville shooting.
Were they all SSRIs?
They were all on something.
Huh.
But yes, I believe most of them were on SSRIs. It's very interesting.
Yeah, that discussion's been going on for a little while. I think there may be something to it for sure.
I don't know who Ava is. I would be glad to talk to her. You can have her come up on stage, and I will be glad to talk to her. I don't know, but at first, I don't know who Ava is. Help me out, OPC Don. Ava the G.
SSRI.
You're a young woman on SSRIs. Ooh.
And you're going on whatever. From what position are you? Which side of the table are you sitting on? Is one way I'll ask this.
Have Mr. Boulay give you the link, and you can come up and talk to me. I'll be glad to talk to you. Yeah, there's just so many things right now. When the government can investigate itself, that tells you all you need to know about your government. Yeah. Yes, thank you. That absolutely does, actually.
Huge conflict of interest.
Where is did Michelle say something I missed out on? Oh, Nayaka, how do you say her name? Her name is Michelle as well. Could you imagine learning all this in 7th grade current events, Trump a felon, and come dumpster Harry balls? That's fucking awesome. God. Harry's balls. Harry's. I like it. Trying to cross-examine. Wow. What? They're going to debate. Do you know that? Trump's going to wipe the literal floor.
I think there's going to be tons of moderator influence helping Kamala.
Yeah. Oh, do you think? I think they're doing it on ABC again.
I don't think they did it with Biden on purpose, but I think they're going to definitely do it with Kamala.
So, guys, just to remind people who have kind of just joined, I don't watch the chat that closely, so I have to rewind and rewind it because I don't have somebody that does that for me. $50 comes in from the Briar Wolf. I don't know why it didn't trigger the super chat. It should have. Maybe it still will. We'll see in a minute. Drool in randomly before bed, but LFG Tennessee Rocky Top. That's me, baby. Tennessee. To the core, I am Tennessee.
Drool in randomly before bed? I don't understand that.
Yeah, Ava, you can't you can't post links without moderator approval. Yeah, Camel Toe is my pet name. Yeah, go to my Discord. It'll take you like 1 second, and they'll get you set up. Woody low-key don't give a comment though. The content there has went down the drain. It's all drama shit now and crying.
I think he's talking about whatever.
Oh, whatever. I will email John and get you unbranded.
Yeah, Cam, the crying. Oh, you're talking about something else.
The Briar Wolf donated $49.99. Super chat. Drool in randomly before bed, but LFG Tennessee. Rocky Top, 100, Eagle.
Awesome. That's okay, buddy.
There it goes. There goes the TTS.
Yeah.
Is that tied into the super chats? Or is that a separate link? Okay.
Yeah, that's tied into both the super chats through Streamlabs and the super chats through YouTube.
Oh, nice.
Anything over $10.
Now, the super chat, the Streamlinks link is where? Because that doesn't take 30%.
WMD shows it all the time. And it's, I think it's linked in the description as well.
Okay.
I'm trying to Woody John. I will email. I don't understand the argument that they're. I don't know. That's why I wonder why all the bitch people from there are pouring over here now. I am lost. A little bit. Cam, help me out on that. We have Ava the G joining us.
What's up, Ava?
Hello, Ava. How are you?
What's up? Michigan and Grid 1.
How are you doing?
Dude, I'm doing fabulous. I made my own Mexican rice. Yeah, enjoying that, but I'm a little bit stressed.
Okay.
Because I don't know 100% if this is happening, but I'm not super familiar with the Whatever podcast, but I've been going over it, and I know that I disagree with everything. But
you disagree with everything on whatever?
Not everything, but a lot.
Like
but
what?
I only want to speak up on the points where I feel confident to like. So I'm trying to. I have a Google Doc
Which points are you interested in talking about?
So, from what I've gathered so far, I have a couple things that he brings up. He does the rate yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that one's easy. It's
Mhm.
subjective. I'd say that it's subjective, but I'm
Mhm.
between a 6.5 and a 7, depending on the person. And then I would say body count. I'm fine with saying that.
Okay.
And then the more in-depth things is, what are the benefits for a guy getting married, and what do women bring to the table? I've noticed he asks that. And yeah, I don't want to humiliate myself, but I also want to be real, and I know that I'm not good at debating.
Okay. Cam says you're Grace's friend, Grace Thorpe.
I'm not her friend, absolutely not, but I am affiliated with her. Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right.
That's
so
my
what
main reason.
do you disagree with? Where do you feel like you're going to disagree with Brian?
Well, basically that men shouldn't pay for the first dates. I think it's like kind of built in that for me, it's kind of like a shit test of like how secure are you as a person, because I think that we look for security as women, and so I would want them to demonstrate that they're a gentleman, but also like if they were like I don't require it, but I think that it's like a fine thing.
So this is kind of one of those things where I think people don't pay attention to what's actually being said. And what Brian says is that if you are not traditional yourself, why would you expect a man to treat you in a traditional way, such as expecting a man to pay for dinner, expecting all of those traditional masculine things, if you're not going to be a traditional female, right? Like, for example, and Brian uses this one a lot, and I think I agree with it. I don't know how really relevant it is for places other than Santa Barbara and LA and, weird places in California and New York, maybe. But, for example, if you're a Tinder user and what's the other one?
Hinge.
MC, yeah, Hinge, and what's the other one? Michigan or MC, help me out. Bumble, thank you. Yes, and Ava, thank you. If you're a dating app user and you have 10 dates a week, that's really not operating in a traditional manner, right? At that point, a dude's going to feel like a sucker if he's buying you dinner, right? Because and just in, of course, I haven't actually dated in over 19 years, because I've been married a long time. But I remember even back when we didn't have apps, we had dating websites. And
plenty of fish, plenty of
back in the day. What's that?
eHarmony.
I think I predate eHarmony.
Did they have sites before eHarmony? I think that was the first dating site.
It was the first big one, but there were other ones. But anyway, so it was a long time ago. And I remember going out with girls that I literally knew within 10 minutes of meeting them that all they wanted was free dinner. That was it. I was like, I'm not that dumbass. Yeah, you have chosen poorly. But that's an interesting. That's where he's coming from, and I think that he's right about that. I don't know how you could say that a man would be wrong to if you're dating, or if you're acting in a way where if you're not actually single, really, right? Because you're dating a bunch of people. Why would why wouldn't you expect a guy to pay for anything, right? Like that would be crazy.
Maybe if you
Mr. Ray, I do not predate just, but that is mean. Do not say that. That is
So
mean.
if someone's dating around, what would be like the threshold where you would be like, okay, like, you know, because that's, for me, that would be something of like a screening that, like, because I would consider myself like pretty traditional, and like what I want to be pretty traditional. So what would be like the cap for you of how many dates you can go on in a week where it's not like insulting and you're like using the guy?
One.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I mean, that's about what I do.
As a traditional, you know, when I think of traditional women, and the women that you know, for example, that are in my audience, if you're seeing more than one person in a week, now I'm not saying that you couldn't go out with the same person 2 or 3 times. I mean, I think that's reasonable, right? And actually, I think that that's a preferable thing for most men, right? You go get coffee, you both pay, very non-committal, and if you like each other, then you schedule a date. I think the way women move now is very devious in dating, right?
Is very what?
Devious, crooked.
See, I
You're
disagree.
charlatans, liars,
I think
cheats.
it's equal on both sides. And how do you know? You haven't dated in 19 years.
I get to watch it all the time, and I had a bunch of employees.
Selective. Go ahead.
Well, you know, I interact with a lot of people, and I used to interact with a lot more when as an employer, I employed a lot of people, and usually young men, but some women as well. Although I think all the women I ever hired were married, except for maybe 1, maybe 2. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And I would say that, and you could ask my chat, if a man is going to get involved with a woman, that he would be way more comfortable in doing 2 or 3 dates in a week and saying, okay, there's potential here, and then at that point he's gonna push anybody else he's talking to aside for the time being, if he's you know, acting as in a traditional manner. Mm-hmm. And I think he would be right to expect the girl to as well. So if a girl's keeping her options open and she's texting 4 guys, going out with 2 additional dudes, and seeing you, there's no world where a dude feels good about that.
I would 100% agree with that.
Yeah, and I think that, and this is why I say that a lot of women are really devious, and they act like they're truly single, but they are not. And I think that if you're going to represent yourself as being single and available and approachable, then be those things, right? Because if you're look, I mean, if you're sleeping with 2 dudes and hanging out or whatever the fuck you want to call it with 2 other dudes, and you know, and then talking to you know 2 or 3 other dudes, are you really single? No, you're a whore at that point.
Well,
but I mean,
well, it makes you look like you don't believe in monogamy either.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're dating around a little bit, like in the very beginning, and trying to take things slow, like if you're talking to like 2 or 3 guys, I feel like just casually, like you're not sleeping with them or anything, but like you go on dates with them, and you're kind of like, and all of them are aware of that, and like they haven't asked for exclusivity yet, or they're doing the same thing. I feel like that's fine. I don't think that means that you're like a hoe. It just means that you're exploring.
Let me flip this around for a second. Let me flip this around. Let's say that you meet a dude.
Yes.
And you're like, okay, this has potential. If that guy was sleeping with a girl, had 2 booty calls on the side, and was and an hour after having coffee with you, he just casually mentions that, oh yeah, I got a date tonight with so and so, you know, whatever. I can't do anything tonight. I'm going out, and you know, how would that make you feel?
I think
you would lose that dude's number, right?
I like, well, if he's sleeping around with people, yes, but I didn't say that I would I didn't describe a situation where people.
So you're drawing the line at physical intimacy, right?
Yeah, and I would say after a few dates, like if things are going well, then I'll be like, yeah, like let's be exclusive. And I think that both genders like the chase a little bit, but especially men.
Well, as it happens, MC is a single male.
And I got to interject too, because I had 2 women that I was dating once, and they found out about each other. We all worked in the same place. They were not happy. And
Yeah.
and don't get me wrong, it only happened once. Normally I wouldn't date 2 women at once, but they were both great women. And I knew that I was going to have to come to a point where I had to choose one of them, but they found out about each other first. And I'll just say they didn't like it, and they basically left. Like, it was the end of that. And I think that's most women. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. You say that, but I think in women's minds, they can't stop thinking about that other woman and you being a player when you're not. Because the jealousy is real.
It is. It definitely is. But I think, I mean, it depends on how many dates you went on with that chick. But I mean, honestly, this isn't even the hill for me to die on. Like, at the end of the day, I pretty much agree with what you're saying. Like, I just wouldn't say that you're like a complete whore, that there are like certain people. I feel like dating, like mildly dating around in the very beginning of a relationship. Like,
are you in LA?
I'm in Seattle.
You're in Seattle. Oh, that's almost as bad. Sorry to hear that for you.
I like it. I love Seattle.
Do you really?
Yeah. And I love the social programs.
Oh, God. Do you like Chaz? Did you hang out in Chaz while I was there?
Chaz doesn't. I actually didn't go. My dad, who's like a Republican Trump supporter, though, he went.
Oh, God.
To explore.
That's one big social program if you like social programs, you know.
Well, I'm actually a high school dropout, and I was able to go and get my associate's degree completely for free because of a program.
You know that somebody else had to pay for that, right?
I mean, I think it's like it might be a nonprofit organization. I'm not completely sure, but
no,
I mean, yeah, I'd rather our taxes go to that and helping, because I mean, youth, that's one area where you are somewhat able to intervene and turn your life around still, versus like, I think that it's like a different thing to be like funding social programs to people that are like more so lost causes. But like with the youth, like, yeah, like I think that that's a very justified thing for people to donate a percentage of tax to.
Angry Casper, I see you out there. Welcome, fellow sporting enthusiast.
Yeah, all I hear is socialism. Here in Michigan, Whitmer just passed the free college stuff, so I'm like, you kind of hit the wrong button with that one right now.
Socialism.
Yeah, free programs, socialism.
Just because we have like strong social safety nets, you think that that's socialism?
We're way beyond strong.
Yeah, by definition, that would be socialism. Yeah.
And college is not a safety net.
It is when you're a high school dropout.
Is it?
GED.
I think so. Yeah.
Is
well, and the GED. Yeah, we also have a free GED program.
Yeah. I think all the GED programs are free, though.
Yeah,
I think
the government actually pays you to get it. I got paid $400.
So, if Grid doesn't mind me interjecting again, so one of the things what I think that you're going to run into on whatever, and this happens a lot with women, is you might want to be ready for what traditionalism is and whether or not you are a feminist, because women don't tend to realize when they say they're traditional or that they're feminine. There's still, Andrew's been on numerous times. He's like, I think you're all feminine.
I was just thinking, Andrew,
even the conservatives, the so-called conservatives are feminine, and I'm watching it too, and I think the same thing when Andrew says that. I'm like, none of these women are dateable, and they're all feminists, but half of them claim they're not, and it's like, I don't know you, but if you're going to claim it, you better be ready for that, especially if Andrew's on there.
Okay, what would you? So I'm writing this down in my Google Doc right now. What would you say a feminist is then, if you think that the Andrew Wilson and possibly you guys have this?
I think Andrew's definition is pretty accurate. A rejection of the patriarchy and
well, that is the textbook definition. Is
rejection of patriarchy
and
rejection of the
egalitarianism,
and it's in the equality.
I think that he says a movement towards egalitarianism. So like the 50-50 arguments. You know, like, oh, it'll be 50-50. Never say that if you want to be seen as a traditional woman. Ever.
Okay.
I mean, Andrew has the link. He could come on any moment. I think he's getting ready to do his own show, but he does drop in from time to time.
Okay.
So,
but I mean,
just fair warning. Fair warning. It does happen quite a bit. So I'm
terrified of that man. I'm terrified of him.
I send both Brian and Andrew links to the show every show, so they can just pop in randomly if they want. So.
Well, and Andrew tends to match energy, and you also have to figure that there's a bunch of people on there. So if you don't come at him with 3 other people and interrupt him constantly, you're probably going to fare a lot better than the ones that do.
Yeah, don't interrupt him,
and don't make a bunch of claims that are ridiculous. Be open to listening to him if he is on there, because he does know what he's talking about. Generally speaking, I would agree with almost all of what he says.
So, are you a feminist?
Dude, I don't even know. This is like, I feel like I'm definitely like, I was given this opportunity impromptu. I didn't expect, I had like vaguely talked about on my stream that I would like to eventually debate red pillars and stuff, but like I need to do a lot more research into what I believe, because I'm only 23 and I don't know my belief system super thoroughly a lot of times. But I think I would say, and I kind of strayed away from politics a while ago and like this type of stuff, but I think I would say, I mean, it's such a broad definition if you say that like general strive for equality, because yes, on one hand, like I believe that like we should all have equal opportunities. I think every single human should have equal opportunities. Like I, for example, am going to become an electrician. Like I'm in the process of applying for an apprenticeship. Like before, like, 50 years ago, I don't think I would be able to do that. I'm not quite sure exactly. But,
yeah,
like,
you would have.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because I remember it used to be that like
that's a lot of mythology.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. I don't know.
So here's the thing about that. I work in IT. Okay, and when I went to college, and even since then, women get so much extra benefit from being in these programs. So, for example, we had one girl in our class in a computer science class. She got so much help from the guys because all the dudes were like simping on her, and she got whatever help she wanted with her homework. The teacher loved her because she was a woman, and the teacher was a woman. And there's so many programs for like women in STEM, and and then I got a job in a company where the CEO was like, "Oh, we love women applicants." Like, oh my god, vomit in my mouth. Like, it's fine, whatever, but like the amount of effort to appease women, like to come into the field, is ridiculous. Like anybody that wants to should be able to do it. And when I say wants to, you should be in it for the right reason, not because it makes a lot of money, not because, whatever. It should be because you are good at it, you like it, you have a passion for it, and you want to turn it into a profit, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, generally speaking, no one really cares about women being in STEM or an electrician field. They will care if you're like doing ratchet shit, when you get in the field, like trying to set up dudes, get them in trouble, that kind of stuff.
Seriously,
or if you're being like the community hoe, sleeping with every dude in there, that kind of stuff. Then
power of men to be equal and want to take more authority for females.
I mean, I pretty much agree with you there. Like, I don't think that there needs to be extra incentive for like the whole like affirmative action thing when it comes to like gender and stuff in the trades. I'd say I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, and you definitely have, Chronic made a good point, you definitely have a much higher likelihood of getting hired, all other things being equal.
I know, and I know that like I am grateful that that's to my advantage, but I would be like annoyed.
Would you support that though?
And
would you support
No, I wouldn't
that?
support it. Like
Okay.
it's just, I mean, I'm like, well, I'm not like super mad about it, but selfishly. But,
Right. But if you were in charge, you would end that.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I'm like, what's the need? As long as like there's like people, like as long as there's like gonna be like people that are interested in the position, it's not like you're like desperate to hire people because no one wants to do the job, then I could understand like creating incentives for people. But otherwise, I'm like, why
would you say you're more conservative or more liberal?
I think I would say I'm more Liberal.
Okay, so you're not going to be one of the people on, Brian's side of the table. You'll probably be countering a lot of his arguments, or he'll think you will be at least.
I don't know. I always surprise myself though when I have conversations with people like you, like the amount that I tend to actually agree. But like, I mean, I am one of those people that's like tax the rich,
Oh,
that's like the main thing where I'm like, yeah, we should be taxing billionaires like big time. But that's not even what they're going to talk about on Brian's podcast, really, right? Like,
have you thought about the man versus bear question? Because that's going to come up.
is he still asking that?
Unfortunately, yes.
I don't know that he asks every time. Just really quickly, first of all, for some reason, I don't know why, but Briar Wolf, your TTS did not come through. He super chatted 1999. Thank you for that. Is she a net tax gain for society now after your education? Are you gainfully employed? If so, what do you do?
Yeah, I'm a nanny.
You're a nanny?
Yes.
And you
I will
needed
admit,
a college degree. What's your degree in?
It's just like general studies with a focus.
Oh,
with that focus in computer science, because I had no idea what the fuck I was doing.
well, that's so weird.
Is it like, did you get an associate's degree or a bachelor's
Associates.
degree? Okay, all right, that's fine.
Oh.
Yeah.
You can be a nanny with an associate's degree. Sorry that didn't TTS Briar Wolf. I don't know why. It doesn't have any bad words in it, so I don't know why it didn't do that. And just Sirius Shelby, you guys were talking and didn't hear it come through. A feminist is a person who wants to take the power of men to be equal and want to take more authority for females with the outcome of equity. And generally, that I would agree that is true. Also, they want to end the patriarchy, which we
although the equity part's more part of third wave feminism, I think that Andrew's definition kind of fits all of them.
I think so. Yeah. So just that was really good. Going back and forth there, but so what? You're a nanny now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you want to be an electrician?
Yeah.
Like an actual electrician wiring houses and stuff, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna do like the full blown thing, like get certified to be a general electrician.
Do the apprenticeship and all of that.
Yeah, it's like a 5-year long thing, and then eventually, like,
why would you go to? See, you should have just skipped going to college and just gone right into that.
I agree. I was lost for so long in life.
That's what happened.
No idea what I wanted to do, so I'm like, I might as well just do this. And but
okay.
it was pretty like, it's just Gen X parents, they want you to go to college.
Right. So, okay. What, so where do you fall on, I mean, obviously you've watched whatever, right? You've seen the show, right?
A tiny bit. Yeah.
A tiny bit.
Yeah.
Well, it goes like
the viral moments. I've been talking to people like in my chat that have letting me know more. He's
changed the show a little bit. I mean, he used to talk about, how, which I haven't seen him talk about. He really should. Actually, Arthur Daya, no, Andrew does not believe women should be in leadership in government office. As I actually don't know that they should be either.
I don't either.
Very few.
And there you go with that non-traditional freak out there.
Well, because I'm not gonna force every single woman to be traditional.
Right, but
that's
you
my
can't.
preference. That's
okay. So do you understand why I would say that?
No.
You have no idea.
You're saying that women should not be in political office?
Yes.
I'm saying they should.
Are you gonna say because they're too emotional?
That's one of the reasons. Yes. As you get emotional.
Yeah, as you overreact.
Okay. What else?
Literally prove my point while we're talking about it.
Dude, I have ADHD. I spurg.
Not really, but it's close enough. So, if you needed someone to make a life-saving decision for you, would you rather a man make that decision or a woman?
either or.
I'm gonna piss Arthur Dye off really bad here right now. I can just feel it.
She's base. She's base. She's good.
I can. No, she makes life and death decisions all day, every day.
Oh,
but she's a special case. Yes, I think a lot of it has to do with their value system is different. The way they look at things is different. And in general, they lack good decision-making abilities in the political realm.
yeah.
And actually, I cannot point to a single of the many politicians on either side of the aisle that are female and say they did an exceptional job or they did a great job.
I can't point to any.
Yeah.
Right.
How old are you, Ava?
23.
Did you vote in the last election?
Yes.
Did you vote for Biden?
No.
Don't
She
lie.
voted Libertarian.
I didn't vote for Biden.
Oh, you vote
She voted
Libertarian?
Libertarian, guaranteed, 100%. She voted
What
for
do
the
you
guy who wanted to pass pot smoking.
I voted for no, I don't smoke. Well, I try not to smoke. I voted for the Green Party.
Yeah, see, all right. You didn't vote for Trump, did you?
But I was like, fuck, this is a joke.
Yeah.
So I might as well add it there because I don't believe in the two parties.
See, I told you I triggered Arthur Dye. Look, see, she's seen a lot of emotional men that cannot make good decisions. Yes, and I agree that there are a lot of men that shouldn't be politicians as well. I didn't.
Right.
It's not. I think that it takes a very special person to be a politician. However, I cannot name one, and nobody in the chat has come at me either.
AOC.
That's horrible. That's a horrible example. The best example I could give you is Kristi Noem, who is based as fuck. But even I think that a man in her position would have done the same or better. So,
And here's how I make the argument, okay? And it's been made on whatever in other shows
Ava
before.
get told to shut the fuck up by Based Oracle. Did you really?
Did I?
I don't know.
I don't remember. I think I've been on like. I don't remember.
When would Ava have been on? When would you have been on a panel with Based Oracle?
I just ran through my memories here, and I think that he was on a Grace stream that I joined.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
And I'm pretty obnoxious. On
All the
Grace
losers
streams,
in one
so,
place. That makes perfect
it's very
sense.
much possible that he did tell me.
Agreed.
What's that?
Yeah.
I have no filter, right?
No,
I literally think it and I say it.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I know I'm not wrong. I don't say shit that's wrong.
Nope.
MTG is the only one even close. No, I disagree. I think MTG, I like MTG. You know who we're talking about? Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh.
South Carolina.
God, that chick.
Yeah.
There you go again.
Mr. Look, I agree. She has a lot of really good takes. She just gets up in her feels a little too much.
Yeah.
Well, okay, listen to this. So apparently, I Googled it. Research on gender and decision making shows mixed results. Some studies suggest that women might be more cautious and seek more information before making decisions, while others indicate that both genders can exhibit strong decisiveness in different scenarios. The variation is often due to individual differences rather than gender itself.
I think it's so saying decision making is kind of a broad thing. We're talking about important life decisions. So, for example, politics, or if you're in a family, important decisions in the family. Typically, wives will yield those decisions to their husbands because they know their husbands are going to make better decisions. Or at least they're going to leave the final decision up to them. And I think, and Andrew probably has better arguments for this, but my point is, even if you have exceptions to the rule with men and exceptions to the rule with women where they're particularly good at decision making, you have to admit that just from simple observation, the general population of men are better at decision making than the general population of women. If you were to lump everybody together on average, would you admit that men are at least slightly better decision makers when it comes to the country?
No, because our country is in the shitter currently, and men have run it for almost the entirety of.
Well, you said currently, and we
started
letting women vote.
It doesn't just happen out of nowhere.
Right. So this has been happening since we've actually increased socialism since women have been able to vote. So
I mean, our country was really horrible for the beginning parts.
was
of
it? See, that's
Was
a
it?
very anti-patriarchal point of view.
I mean, it's just slavery. Like
Yeah.
I feel like that literally.
You know that England had slavery longer than the U.S. did.
We were the first to abolish it.
We were literally the best.
There are still
in the
countries that have.
world. We're literally the best in the world. We ended slavery before any other nation. How are we the?
I don't think that that's true. When was the Haitian slave rebellion?
I believe it is true. England had slaves after us. France had slaves after us. Germany didn't, but they never really had that many slaves. Although I guess technically the indentured servitude in Germany was slavery. Everywhere in the world, and to this day, there are still slaves in Arabia, Egypt, parts of Africa. So we were the first. We were the first large country to abolish slavery.
So according to Wikipedia, take it for what it's worth, Haiti.
I love Wikipedia.
It says Haiti formally declared independence from France in 1804 and became the first nation in Western Hemisphere to permanently eliminate slavery in the modern era. But it says that was following a Haitian massacre, and then it also says the northern states in the U.S. all abolished slavery by 1804. So even the North in the United States had already abolished slavery. Yeah, but that's a lot, and it's much bigger than Haiti.
Also, do you realize that there were slaves in the? Do you realize that there were that the Civil War wasn't fought over slavery? This is a bad hill to die on.
Yeah.
Okay.
The North had slaves after the Civil War.
Okay. Wait. Let me say another point then.
Okay.
I would just all that I would say is that correlation. I told you I'm not educated, but correlation does not equal causation. Like you can't just say that since the women have been joining government, it's been going downhill. Because one, it's very subjective as to when the country actually started going downhill, and two, women. There's like so many other factors aside from just women, like very slowly entering the political sector. There's the increase in population that has been like increasing exponentially, which I think that's a major thing, and then also like major news networks and the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, and it's not just voting. So there's a lot of factors. There's a lot of factors that come in too. Like when did postmodernism start? When did the pills start? All these things came in around the same time as women voting. So, and for example, women ultimately had a lot to do with that. Although I would say
I gotta beat up Angry Casper for a second. Angry Casper, that's actually correct. 1865 was the last state in the U.S. that ended slavery. That is correct. However, England still had, even though slavery was abolished in England technically, in like 1830, and I think you said 1834. I'll believe you. Even though that's technically true, they still had slaves in India, North Africa that were in English territories. So we technically, even though England technically abolished slavery, it's meaningless because they still had them everywhere else. And they still had that. You were still allowed to have them in England. You just couldn't. You couldn't get new ones. So there you go. Yeah, Flow State, help her out, buddy.
What about Margaret Thatcher?
Everyone else says that.
Margaret Thatcher actually was a good politician. However, she wasn't American. I only care about Americans. I mean, you could argue that there have been many great queens. They were never actual politicians because that required you to have to work with people, and queens don't do that. You could argue that. I would even agree that there were some queens and even prime ministers. I would agree that they were fine. But in American history, I can't name one politician that we could, one female politician we could consider exemplary or super successful.
Okay, well, let me say this. Women started voting in like the 1920s, 1930s.
Really?
around then. I really don't know. Is it like around the 1920s? I'm guessing. But I feel like the country from that point to like the 90s, maybe.
Please, Arthur Daya, name me a lot of good politicians. I'm sorry, my chat is having a great
debate.
No, I have a great feminist in my chat that just is well, she's semi-feminist. She's not really feminist. She just doesn't like it when we cast. Arthur Daya doesn't like it when we cast women in a bad light because she feels personally attacked.
Yeah, it's the group thing.
Yeah, no, it's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I would not. I would choose which hills you want to die on, because. Do you know that most women did not want suffrage? Do you know who enabled women to have suffrage?
I'd say that it doesn't matter what they want because I think that it's what they wanted at the time. Because I think that equal rights is a good thing in that regard, and it's culturally different now.
Okay, I'm not really sure that what
And,
that's
like,
meant to mean, but
like women, like nowadays, like we work the same amount as men. Like we have a lot more say in like taxes.
No, you don't work the same amount as men.
Okay, almost.
Mr. Boulay, if MC will come down, you can give Partik the link. I really don't want more than 3 people up here, including me.
I think I'm gonna jump off in a second here.
Oh, okay. I think he wanted to ask you some questions, but he's not one of my normal chatters.
I can drop for a bit too if you want.
If you want to do that, I'll do that really like in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah. If you want to swap them out, Mr. Boulay, that'll be great. As long as Partik behaves himself. I'm not familiar with him, so we got to do the whole thing there. Arthur Daya, I don't know who Kat Kamak, I'm assuming I'm saying that right, is correct. Sarah Huckabee was a great, I don't know, was she an actual politician? Amy Coney Brown is Supreme Court. She's a justice. She's not a politician. She's not a politician.
And arguably not
Barrett. Yes, I thought it was Barrett too. I'm sorry.
Okay, wait. I have a point. I have a rebuttal.
Okay.
Somebody said to me that 58.6% of the workforce was women in 2022.
Yeah, you know what? You know what? That would be great if it wasn't destroying our economy, because when we added women to the workforce, the pay for everyone went down across the board. It's not like men started making more and any of that. It'll be, as a matter of fact, there's a couple of financial models out there. I'm not going to produce them, but you're welcome to go do the research, that show that if all the women left the workforce, we would find financially the country would be much better off. And by all, I don't mean every single one. I mean like the majority of them left the workforce. Yeah, there's financial models that show that.
But would you really say that like that's like a very like severe factor in affecting the?
Well, we're talking in abstract. So I mean, yes, I mean I can say whatever I want in abstract. If you're going to say, I would say that, and I would actually, I think it's true. I mean, I think that model holds up. Even if that 58% is accurate, which I would hesitate on, I can guarantee you that 58% is a lot more part-time than men's percentage. Oh, flow state. I'll complain just as much about men too. Don't get your panties in a bunch. I won't. I'm talking about flow state. Flow state. I know he's simping for.
Love flow state.
He's
simping for me. I simp for flow state, but he's married. So.
As well, you should. Yeah. He's a hell of a young man.
Oh my god.
He's all right. I've seen him a little bit out there. He's all right.
I want to see him with his hat off, though. I'm not gonna lie. Just once.
I don't think I've ever actually seen him with his hat off.
Is this another Tim Pool situation?
Yeah, probably. If it's always off.
Oh, somebody
I mean,
asked
if it's
Andrew
always
that the other day, and Andrew's like, they're like,
Yeah.
what would take your hat off? And he's like, okay.
He's like, look at the hair model.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. If they hesitate when
Can
you
you
ask,
time out the simp? No, you can't time out Flow State. He's fine. So
but I feel like it's a like I don't know. I don't know all of the
well, I mean, honestly, a lot of it's irrelevant unless other people are arguing about it. Like, don't argue things you don't know about. That's the biggest, the number one thing that women do that go on whatever, that the number one place they screw up is they argue about things they don't know about. And just like, I forget what, I think it was Sunday night show. They had that flight attendant that came with like notes and shit, and she rage quit in under 2 hours. It was fucking crazy.
Sunday night. What was that one called?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Mr. Glenn Lawrence, thank you for coming in, sir. I'm glad that you made it. MC, I'm going to drop you down, buddy, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool?
Hey, Glenn,
All right.
see y'all later. I'll be back if you want me later.
No, I honestly, I was gonna just take a few callers. So yeah, but if we don't have enough callers, I'll call you back up, buddy.
Yep. Thanks for having me on. Have a good night, guys.
All right, man. See you, buddy.
What are you guys doing?
Talking shit. What about you? What are you doing?
I'm just watching you guys talk shit.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, me and Pearl are just sitting here watching you.
Oh yeah.
Hanging out. Yep.
Just pearly things.
That's me.
Yep, that's
Are you
her.
serious?
Yeah.
Yes.
Damn. What? So how many viewers are there?
Not many. I'm a small guy.
Small
I'm a little guy, but I know big people.
Interesting.
That's right.
Actually, I don't know Pearl. I haven't met Pearl. I would like to have her on the stream at some point, but I'm a small channel, and so she can go on much larger channels.
Pearl, how am I doing?
About what?
At owning Grid 1 Motorsports.
Owning me.
I know.
Good luck with that one.
What are you guys debating?
We're not debating anything. She was asking me she wanted a pre-whatever trial.
Are you going on whatever, Ava?
Possibly.
She's trying.
Yeah. I got like an impromptu invitation, but the flight to get there is like $500. And so far I have $25 in donos. So
Let me ask you this
I don't
question,
know.
okay?
Not a-
Who would you
Yeah.
pick? What would you pick, the man or the bear?
I was prepping for this. You were prepping for this. I haven't even thought about it actually. For how many women I've seen answer this, I haven't thought about it myself. But I think usually I lean on the side of man.
Why you say usually?
I think. Well, you know,
why
there
is it
was
so
one,
hard to
there
answer
was
that
one,
question?
Well, there was one convincing argument that I heard, which from when I was actually studying for like possibly going on the whatever podcast, I was watching the Andrew Wilson and Pixie debate, and she said that if you run into, it depends on what type of bear, because if you run into a black bear, like they kind of don't realize that they're apex predators, so it's like pretty safe. Versus if you run into a man, it's like it's more of a gamble, like because of their intelligence. If it's just like, and depending on how long they've been in the forest, you know, like it's humans are more intelligent and sinister, even though like the percentage risk is smaller of running into a or of running into like a evil or like a man with bad intentions. I would need to research how much smaller that percentage actually is, because I think in certain situations, like I know a lot of men can get weird, but I don't know if.
Yeah, I don't know many men that would eat you alive though. So.
Yeah, that's. I mean, yeah, that's why I say, man.
I'm always really
that's a more
shocked.
convincing argument to me.
I have to say, I'm always really shocked that women aren't like, well, hell yeah, I'd like to meet them. A dude that's like out in the wild. I mean, that's probably a fairly manly man. I thought women liked manly men. I thought they all wanted the Chads.
I mean, I live in Seattle, so the men that you run into in the forest
Oh, that's true.
are usually
Yeah.
homeless crackheads.
Oh, what part of Seattle? What part of Seattle?
What part? I don't know if I want to specify, but like I'm in Seattle.
Are you near Capitol Hill?
Close enough, yeah.
Okay, now that explains a lot. Never mind.
Oh, are you referring to like Chaz?
I know
No.
that area way too well.
Dude, dude, Callie Anderson Park has always been weird. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I know that area way too well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How so? Did you used to live here?
Yeah, I used to live right over there. I used to own a barbershop in Capitol Hill, and I also used to live over in Bremerton.
Oh, no way.
Yep.
Why did you leave?
Because I like the sun.
Yeah. Dude, it's been a mad.
That's true.
Yeah.
But for you picking the bear, still, I think that's an L. You need to work on your answer.
No, I didn't pick the bear. I said I picked.
You
I
said
picked
you.
No.
It should
I
be
said I
the
picked
automatic
the man.
answer. You shouldn't even have to think about it. You'd be like, "Man, duh."
Well, because
like,
every answer,
a black bear.
I was being devil's advocate because every single answer that I've heard from this, like when I see clips of like never seen bear, like it's always like the ridiculous one of the women choosing the bear instead. Like that's every single clip that I heard. But the most recent one that I heard, I'd say she had a more like coherent, convincing argument. However, so it like made me think about it a little bit and like hesitate a little bit. But then I'm like, wait, yeah, I would like to gamble, take my odds with the man, especially if I'm like stuck in the woods. Like I would like to run into anybody if I'm stranded out there or something.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you like to travel?
Yeah, moderately.
Where do you like to go?
Usually Hawaii.
Do you travel alone or do you travel with people?
Alone most of the time, actually.
So if you're scared of men, why are you flying alone to another country where there's
I've never gone to another country before, but
sorry, not country, state.
Because I think that airports are probably one of the safest places you could be, and like in general.
Taken? Have you seen Taken?
Oh, yeah.
I would say that airports are like a safer place to be, considering like TSA and like how you have to be on your best behavior in an airport and on an airplane.
You mean a building full of men?
I mean, I think that like most people are gonna be like normal, but it is just like,
I just don't understand like when it's even a question, like the bear or the guy. Like I never understand why anyone's questioning it, because I mean, I lived in London for 3 years and I travel alone. I've like walked home alone at night. Nobody does anything. So all the guys are stronger. So I don't really know why like it's even a question,
I mean, I've had a few encounters like being downtown, even like in the daylight of like I think that especially I think another reason why people maybe question it is because of like true crime.
You had a couple encounters. What happened?
There was like a guy, he was high on drugs and he was like demanding a hug from me, and like he like chased me and my friend down the street back when I was in high school. He and we were like, oh, no thanks, and he kept being like, come on, give me a hug, and like kept chasing us down the street. And then
I thought there was a slogan called "Give hugs, not war."
He was like,
especially in Seattle. Hey guys, give me 1 second. Partik, if you can't, you don't have to be on camera while you're live, but if you could turn your camera on backstage, that'd be great.
What were the other encounters?
So there was another one where there was a lot of this is like people that are on drugs, but I mean, there's a lot of people on drugs these days. There was this guy who he like flashed a gun at me at the beach, and
He flashed a gun at you?
What beach?
Yeah, but then it
How did
ended
that-
up, he was like really high on meth. So it ended up being like a lighter. But like I didn't freaking know that because he was acting bizarre. He was like trying to mine. Have you ever seen like those rocks? It's like cement DIY projects and they like put little pebbles in the rocks, like colorful pebbles. Like there was that at the beach and he was trying to mine the pebbles out of the rocks with like an X-Acto knife. And so he was like stabbing his X-Acto knife at the rocks. And then I like made eye contact with him and he put his hand in his pants and then pulled out like this like little pistol looking thing, and just like from the context of his like other behavior, I was like, oh my god, is that a real gun? I don't know.
So he didn't pull a gun on you. He pulled out a
Yeah,
lighter.
but I thought like I didn't know at the time, so like that's why it was a scary situation. But then they realized that it's not real. So, but he was acting unhinged.
I mean, you're talking about being in a city that has an exceptionally high volume of drug use, though.
I don't know.
Yeah.
My cousin was a crackhead, and I was always fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he got you with the lighter.
Yeah, don't tell that story on whatever. Don't do that. You'll,
Yeah, that
Well,
you'll
I have
regret
another
that
story I
one.
would
That would be
tell
a
him
bad
whatever.
Okay, wait. So, was that the only encounters, or are there more?
Those are like the main ones that like stick out in my head. I mean, there was another thing where like when I was underage, a man attempted to buy my dirty underwear at the nude beach, and then when
At a
Wait,
nude
what are you
beach?
doing as a minor at a nude beach?
being a dumb kid.
Okay, so no wonder,
so
right?
you-
So
Yeah.
you put yourself in that position.
I mean, to a certain extent, yes, but then also like I didn't
Wait a minute, so
invite,
you're
I didn't
telling
have a
me-
sign up that said buy my dirty
Hold on.
panties.
You're telling us that you were at a nude beach as a minor exposing yourself to the adults?
I wasn't exposed, but we were there.
How old are you?
I'm 23 now.
So, in 23 years of life, you've had one real, semi-real encounter where a guy tried to hug you. And
Well,
what
yeah,
has
and I
you
mean, I've
question-
been like, I've also like I could bring up my ex, where that was like a.
Let me guess. Was he a narcissist?
What did your ex
Could
do?
have been. I don't know. He like physically did a few things to me. That makes it sound like he shoved me a few times.
He shoved you. How did that, like, what was leading up to that?
We were in fights.
So, like, you guys are arguing and then he shoved you, or what?
Yeah, and he also. I'm trying to remember the exact situation. Yeah, there was one where he was mad at me, and then I like was trying to leave, and then he like pushed me onto the couch to make me listen to him. And then there was another time where we were in a fight about his drug use, and then I like told him to leave my house, and then I was like trying to grab his toothbrush for him, but he like wanted to keep talking, and so I stepped up on the step stool to grab his toothbrush, and then he like pushed me off the step stool into the wall.
What's with you and drug addicts?
I am a recovering addict myself. But I mean, if you're in Seattle, but I mean, no, but here's the thing: is all the other encounters, like that's literally an encounter that just any normal person would have in
So,
Seattle.
you're
That's
telling me
before I was
your encounter with abuse is getting pushed off a stool and pushed onto a couch.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's not like anything super crazy, but that does count.
It doesn't count.
Okay.
at all.
Thanks, Partik. You can turn your camera back off if you don't want to be on. Okay.
You're not ready.
Guys, I'm going to
for
add
it.
Partik in. Partik, if you can just kind of let the conversation go. And we'll just listen for a minute. I think Partik had something he wanted to ask Ava before we.
Okay. I mean, I also just wanted to add in one more thing. Also, like knowing Ben Thorpe, the first time that I met my friend's dad, he like pulled my hair super hard to like initiate me into like this weird BDSM dynamic that he wanted to do that I was unaware of.
So then what? Did you do it?
no, I was like, I don't want to do this. And I told him no. And then he and after I kept saying no, he just he reached over and he just yanked my hair.
Well, he's a criminal, so
yeah. I mean, yeah.
So
Did he stop or did he eventually?
He laughed it off, and I was just like, okay. This is very uncomfortable. And then when I kind of
so you got your hair pulled for a second, you got pushed off a stool and pushed onto a couch. Do you like being a victim? Do you enjoy it?
No.
Because it's just you'll say things you'll say it very ominous, an encounter as if it was something serious. So I'll think it's really serious.
Well, I'm not. Sorry, go ahead.
But then it's then you give the details, and then they're not really that serious at all. I think my brother's done all those things to me and I was fine.
I think that it's the context in which it's in, and I mean, I'm not trying to make myself come up that way. I mean, you're the one that asked me to list all the examples of any time I've been in a somewhat dangerous situation with a man.
Well, it's because women, I've just interviewed a lot of chicks, and it's a pattern I've noticed where women will offhandedly drop ominous remarks as if they went through some sort of trauma that's serious, and they don't ever expect people to ask for the details. So they'll say I was abused or I was something really and that you would assume is serious, and they go through life never giving any details. So they convince themselves they're victims, and then I ask for the details, and 9 out of 10 times it's something not serious at all.
I mean,
so basically, she's saying have a better story.
I don't think. I don't think of myself as a victim. I was going to give the details. I'm totally willing. I give the details in all these situations if I ever bring it up. But I never go around and be I'm an abuse victim. I mean, it's technically that's what it is.
It's just the implication, I'm telling you, they'll eat you up on whatever. So, except Brian won't say anything. Brian will just be quiet and let you go, and then you'll be a viral clip forever. So, good luck.
Noted.
Okay.
We have 4 conversations.
I mean, yeah, it's important, the semantics. Yeah, you're right.
The Pearl's just trying to save your life. She's just trying to save you from becoming a meme.
I mean, yeah, I'm trying to. I'm trying to do my prep.
And in 1,000 women, I think there was one girl who had a real story, and I guess her ex-boyfriend put a knife to her throat, and I was like, okay, this one might be real.
Yeah, that sounds pretty bad.
That's hardcore. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, great. We're just gonna sit back and watch the rest of your show, my friend.
Okay. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you guys coming on.
No problem.
Pearl, if you ever want to do a show on a small stream, I'm here for you.
I just gave you.
She just gave you some highlights. This is the highlight reel.
I know. It was awesome. That's why I had to say that. I have to say that.
I know. Yes, Arthadiah, that was Pearl on the line.
They've been having their own conversation in chat. It's hard to. There's 4 conversations going on right now. I'm not tracking any of them.
That's crazy.
Hey, thanks for coming on, Glenn. I'll be on again tomorrow, so if you get a chance, give me a ring or something.
Will do.
Tomorrow night.
All right.
Yeah, tomorrow night.
Peace.
All right, cool, man. See you. All right, Partik, you had something that you wanted to ask Ava?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So first of all, thank you so much for having me on, Grid One. So, and Ava, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Okay. So I was just going to ask you, because you linked to, you tried to cite a sociological study. The problem is most of sociology, that's all, that's not replicable. It's soft science garbage. You can dismiss about 90% of it. So here's some,
referring to?
the study that he brought up about decision making.
Okay.
Is that can be something completely arbitrary and subjective. According to one person, man or woman, something can be a good decision, something can be a bad decision. So that's something that actually can never be studied, actually, in any concrete sense. So let's keep that aside. So let me get to my second point. So let me give you some hard numbers on decision making and the consequences of those decisions. So on average, all sorts of heinous crimes in society, especially in America, let's say violent crimes, drug use, drug peddling, or even rape and stuff, SA, most of those crimes are committed by children who were raised by single mothers, because mothers usually lack disciplining. They can't discipline the child, especially a boy, as a father. A child needs both feminine and masculine to be a good child, to be a productive citizen. So, but here's what's interesting. But when we look at the same numbers, when we look at
Hold on,
on
can
the
I interject
outcomes,
for a moment?
Sorry?
Just for a moment, I just wanted to say that you're like listing these numbers and saying that like certain studies, like the decision-making studies, are just irrelevant because sociological.
yeah. I'll tell you why I'm bringing this up. There's a reason. So these are
when they have like single father.
no. What I'm trying to say
So why would that be
is,
relevant?
let me tell you why it's relevant. These are hard numbers. None of this is speculation. None of this is subjective, arbitrary reasoning. Okay, these are all hard numbers, and 80 up to 75 to 80% of heinous criminals are raised by single mothers. And when we look at children raised by single fathers, they have almost as good of outcomes as two-parent households. Why do you think that is?
Well, first, I'm just Googling this to see that the study is actually true. What percent
Sure.
Single dads. Children from single-parent households, particularly those raised by single mothers, are statistically more likely to experience certain risk factors associated with criminal behavior. However, this is often linked to broader socioeconomic challenges such as poverty, lack of access to resources, and limited parental supervision rather than single parenthood alone. I mean, I would wonder like how much of that is also because single mothers are like usually much more common.
That doesn't matter. See, you're adding an unnecessary qualifier.
It says, okay, single father.
Men would face the same problems. There are poor women, there are poor men.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if like it was accounted for like that.
It is actually, it is. And here's the thing. The women that are usually in single parenthood situations, they get way more benefits from the government than the men.
Okay, is that true?
Yeah.
Can I see the study that you're referencing specifically?
Yeah, well, what actually I'm referencing, you can find that
in the private chat, or you'll see a tab up there in the corner that says private, and you can stick the link to that in there.
Yeah,
and
I'll do it. I'll add that to the chat. So what I'm referencing to is data. Half of it comes from, I think, CPS, and some of it is from family court systems, and it links out the outcomes for children, and some of it is also based on the prison population. So what they do is they go to prisons, and when they process the inmates, so the inmates have to list whether or not they have a family. So some of it comes from that. So these are all hard numbers.
Okay, so what I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Oh fuck. My laptop is like not letting me switch tabs here.
Take your time. Take your time.
What the heck?
I think she just throw.
Okay, well, now my shit is tweaking out. But I'll just say for the people that, because you can still hear me, yeah?
I can hear
Yeah,
you.
we can hear you. Yeah, perfect.
Okay. What I would respond to that with is saying that I think usually in situations where the child is awarded to the father rather than the mother, those are much more rare situations in which like the abuse of the mother, because I think that you're right, is that the courts favor the mother a lot of times to the disadvantage of the child.
No. You're strawmanning. That's not my argument. See,
What?
Here's my argument. Do you want my argument?
You're not even letting me finish.
Because you're going off on a tangent.
Well, because what I'm going to say is I think that kids that are awarded to single fathers, usually those are like the worst of the worst mothers. But the other mothers where the kids are granted, like I think that they don't grant enough custody to the dads. And so therefore, like there's a lot of more kids that are raised by single mothers that aren't suited to be mothers because they're not favored in the court. Or because they are favored unfairly.
Here's the thing. You can never prove that.
But you can't. That's like a major red pill talking point.
Well, no, that's not.
Well, I'm actually not a red pill podcast, so
yeah,
I'm actually pretty anti-red pill.
Neither am I a red pill guy, you could say. Yeah, I agree with almost all of the descriptors of the red pill, but usually my worldview would be Christian leaning. You could say, yeah.
Well, I mean, do you agree that like the courts are like kind of unfairly in favor of single mothers?
Yes, they are.
Yeah. So.
But that doesn't mean you have no evidence to back up the second part of your claim when you say it's only the really bad mothers when the fathers get the custody. You have no way to prove that. That's just your speculation.
We're both agreeing that the court. Why would I need to prove?
No, I'm not agreeing. I'm not agreeing.
That the mothers are unfairly favored.
That's the first part of your claim.
So that would mean that a lot of times.
Now you're muddying the waters. You see, you're muddying the waters. Let me help you get back on track.
I don't need your help.
Don't muddy the waters. The first part of your claim is mothers are favored in family courts. I agree. The second part of your claim, though, is that it's whenever the fathers are awarded the custody, it's only in cases or mostly in cases the mothers are really, really terrible. Now, you have no way to back that up. Those are two different claims.
Dude, I'm sorry, because this is like my computer.
Let me help you guys out here for a second. So first of all, I don't think it's necessarily true that men that are awarded custody are awarded custody because the woman the ex-wife is so terrible that a judge does not feel that she should be awarded custody of the child. There are many reasons why that could happen. I think that's pretty low hanging fruit. I don't disagree with it, but I also don't necessarily agree with it. And I don't know how big a factor that is. I think what you see is that children that I think the more convincing data would be that children that are raised by single mothers only, where the ex-wife has chosen or the mother has chosen to eliminate the father from the child's life, versus whether it's either a balanced 50-50 or similar custody arrangement where the father is involved in the child's life. Definitely there is a much higher success ratio.
Brett, at the end of the day, it's a straw man. So actually, here's my position. I'm arguing outcomes, not why they were awarded the custody, why they became single parents. That's not my argument. I'm arguing outcomes. Do you get the argument, Ava?
I think she froze.
Oh, maybe she lost the internet. Maybe she'll be back.
Nope. That's about what
Nope.
I expected as well. That's okay. I understand your point. I don't think that she was particularly receptive to it. So I was actually going to.
No,
I think that,
why not? I get it.
well, I think she was just really looking more for guidance than an argument. So, which is fine.
Oh.
Either way, it was good.
She got flustered, I think.
So she's probably still up on her channel. Mr. Boulay, is she still up on her channel?
That's okay. I think you can get nervous. That's fine.
Well, I don't think she was nervous. I think that she just didn't want to participate in any kind of actual debate or anything. I think she was just looking for tips or maybe just to get some clout. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows why women do such things?
No, that's
yeah. It was
absolutely.
actually she was actually glitching earlier.
Okay.
And she
So,
said her laptop was not working very well.
Okay.
She's restarting her computer. Okay, great. Thanks, OPC Don. I'm not familiar with you, so that's fine. But at any rate, hey, thanks for coming up, Partik. And I get your point, and I think that's I think it's a good argument to make, but it's got to be made in the right way. And
Yeah,
I understand I understand what she's challenging and why.
The thing is, at the end of the day, Grid, it's going to be a straw man. The only thing that I'm arguing, my argument, it's purely based on outcomes and how decisions per decision making ends up for better and worse outcomes. That's the only thing that I'm arguing. Not
yeah, I
why.
understand. I get it.
Yeah,
I get it. Yeah, she's that's neither here nor there. Michigan Christian, I don't know if she was actually prepped. It seemed like she was Googling, and I think her chat was helping her a lot. I'm not in her chat. I didn't swing back over to the other side.
Well, the thing is, she isn't going to find any data to the contrary because those are hard numbers.
Yeah,
it's not a sociological soft science study.
Yeah, I think that it's she was restreaming my stream, which generically I really prefer that to not happen. Yeah, she's back. Here we go.
Sorry,
better.
Guys. My
All better?
I had to go on my phone and restart my computer, and then I accidentally ended my stream.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm back. I was
we all have things that frustrate us, right? Hey, this I don't really care generally, but I don't know how other people do it, but I generally like if you're going to restream, just let me know and to make sure you credit me in the title because that I actually had. It sounds like a small thing, but I had someone who came on and they not only did they restream, but when they did their clips, they made it look like I was a guest on their channel and not them being a guest on mine. I thought that was weird. And ever since then, I've just been like, I honestly don't mind if you restream. I think it's the polite thing to do to ask, but it's all good. All right. Anyway, sorry. It's just that's probably just one of my tisms. I probably have a lot of them.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna give you a brief.
Shelby wants to come up and say something. And
you've
been a good sport.
No problem.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much for having me on, Grit. No
Oh,
problem.
absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Come
I'll
by
jump on.
anytime. We do
Thank you,
this
sir.
several times a week. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. And thank you,
Let's see
Ava,
what
for
we
the
can do.
conversation.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, dude. I literally I hate when this happens and it looks like I'm like
No problem.
pussying
No
out of a
problem.
debate.
Oh, you rage quit. Come on. You know you
Yeah, I
did.
know,
You know you
dude.
did. You know you were rage quitting.
That was actually a good conversation. Like,
Yeah.
you might have got me.
I think it's a really interesting dynamic when you when we put the when you put it out there that women are so I personally believe that women are not as good at teaching, especially young men, as men are. I think historically throughout the ages, men have always been the teachers. Women were never the there you go. You're freezing.
Me?
Yeah, it just froze.
No.
Yeah, you press for a
I'm closing
second.
as many tabs as I can right now. Dude, I'm on a
Yep.
MacBook too. I'm
Now it's better. It's just
I'm
on
on
my
a phone.
it's just in the software, I think. We'll
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see if it how bad it is. You're back perfect now. Anyway, yeah, it could just be in the software. It just could be doing that. Anyway, yeah. So if you look, and you can look at any society you want to, Greek, Roman, Etruscan, the Mongols on the steppes of Russia, they all men taught the young men to be men, and you know all of the sciences and everything else, and it was and so I think only in modernity have we had women come into teaching, and we see if we simply extrapolate arbitrarily and correlate between women when women started to become teachers to where we are now, and we look at how much stupider people are and how poor behavior is, it would seem to indicate that men should be put back in classrooms. However, women have done a really great job of making the classroom someplace that men don't want to be. What do we do about that? I don't know. I can't fix everything. I'm just saying that's the way it is. And that would correlate to what you were talking about, or what you guys were talking about, single moms versus. And I don't think it's clear that it's if men had sole custody, it's when men are involved in their child's lives. So single moms who do not have fathers involved in their child's life, either through choice or not, tend to have very poor results. And there's a bunch of reasons behind that. If you take even partial custody and men are involved in that child's life, they have a much greater chance of success or degree of success, not chance, a much higher degree of success. And I just think that it's a very easy thing when you think about it to even say, yeah, okay, I've even seen that in my own life, right? I think most people can identify with it. I think the way Partik was giving it to you, his delivery was a little off. And I think that you interpreted it as either single men raising children or single women raising children. I personally believe, I don't have any data to support it, but I personally believe that single men raising children would do a better job than single women raising children.
Okay.
This is my personal belief. Welcome, seriously, Shelby. Shelby is a great supporter and a mod of my show. He's been with me for a while. He's familiar with the show and with whatever. So
yes, I agree with everything you said, Grid. I think the aspect of from your conversation was the teacher aspect of it. So like that's what I picked out from your stance. And I was like, all right, so why it's okay. And I look at it as a whole ideal of what infected us. Feminism, right? You pushed all of the great teachers that were males from actually wanting to teach. It's why I'm not a teacher. And I'm like, I went through 4 years after high school dealing with feminism. I was like, why would I want to be a teacher and have to deal with the feminist aspect of it? And I sit here, I think about it. It's like, what caused this? What caused this? We all know it was the feminist movement, but what came to charge of it? And it was politics. I think if we, as a unit, dissect the actual federal aspect of like controlling everything, because they came to control everything after they won the Civil War, which was an invasion on the South, if you look at it. And it's just very infuriating to know that if you want to be a strong man, you can't be a strong man at all. And if you want to teach the youth, you can't teach the youth because you have to use tone policing bullshit aspects of actually coaching. And I've coached for over 10 years in wrestling, soccer, rugby. It doesn't matter.
Soccer.
Yeah, it's because you're gay.
Oh, that's mean. That's mean.
I had to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's mean.
She laughed at it for a little bit, you know.
You aren't gonna cry, are you? Nobody's gonna cry.
No, no one's gonna cry. She was laughing at it. She's
okay,
like,
there's
"Oh,
no
soccer."
crying on this stream. That's
No.
another stream. That's another.
Yeah.
You have to go somewhere else for that.
No, I get that. It's called Rumble.
But Arthur
but I'm
Daya.
saying is,
oh, go ahead.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
Arthur Daya comes through with the data from Pew Research: married, 2 parents best, single man next, single woman after. They also ranked married parents, but one is not the bio parent. It's weird we have to have such a term, etc. Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that, Arthur Daya. So
She's
also
just getting facts, to be honest.
Believe
when we like.
Also, Shelby, Cobra or Daytona? Which Shelby do you prefer?
I would have to say Daytona to be.
Yeah, I like the Daytona as well. Daytona's good. Cool.
Shelby,
What's up?
how old are you?
How old I am? That's the question.
I would guess around my age.
What age is you? Because I don't know.
23.
No, I am 33. I'm 10 years older.
Whoa. Okay.
That was flawless victory.
Wow. I mean, I was just curious. I was.
Oh, you're lucky.
So
You're lucky Kat's
thing,
not here. You're so lucky Kat is not here, because Kat looks like she's 23 and she's like almost 50.
I still look like I'm 23. If you notice the picture, I still look like I'm 23, and that was like 2 years ago.
Well, we don't have your picture up right now.
What do you do, Shelby?
I used to run 3 restaurants, and now I'm working at a warehouse.
Okay. What made you like so disillusioned with women, or like feminism? Is it women or feminism?
So one of the things that not a lot of men get to have is I got to know my great grandmother. She was around during the early 1900s, so it's like 1920, anything like that, when feminism was popping up. And she supported feminism, but at extent. And what she told me when I was younger, this is like, I want to say late 90s, early 2000s, because I was living with them in the late 90s, but I was going back and forth between Baltimore and Kentucky. So it's been a lot of my time with my great grandmother, and she was telling me how she supported feminism, but she didn't see the ideals of feminism because they were basically retarded. They wanted all of the aspects of what men have, but didn't
Let's not
want to
flirt too
put.
closely with TOS, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's
I'm
all
sorry,
right.
good.
I get a couple of freebies here and there. Don't worry
Yeah,
about it.
no. But they wanted to be close to males, but didn't want to put the effort towards being like having the same
Oh, wait, guys, I'm really
responsibility or anything like that.
Hold on.
So what she was telling me is like,
She had
this
to
is
drop
what you
off.
need to see from.
That's okay. You can tell us. She had to drop off.
So
I think she got an
she
emergency
wanted
call.
to see. She wanted me to know the actual like downfall of what feminism would be with me growing up, because she could see it from the beginning of like, this is not going to be good for society.
Yeah. It's interesting because, you know, my son got to meet his great grandmother, and she kind of told him a little bit about growing up, and because he's fascinated with World War I and World War II, and for a while he was fascinated with the Civil War as well.
Yeah.
And,
I think any male should be fascinated with any kind of historical war, to be honest. I think that's what kind of like, as males, we have to learn from what we know. And it's kind of like chess, is like, if we know this strategy, we need to do this strategy, you know? So like,
yeah,
it makes sense that we want to know war.
yeah.
We don't want to know war, but we want to know war. We don't want to know the graphic aspects of war.
I mean,
until we're there.
yeah, I mean, I think that there's so there's this thing we used to say when I was in high school, and probably my first couple of years in college. I don't know if young men still think this way, but there's three things that all men think that they can do better than any other man.
Okay, yeah.
One is shoot. We always think we can shoot better, straighter, faster than the guy next to us.
I agree with that.
And it doesn't matter what. I mean, bows, arrows, guns, whatever. It doesn't matter. We all think that we can outshoot the guy next to us.
Yeah.
The other is drive. We all think that we can drive better than the guy, or ride a horse. Or
Last
whatever.
one's fuck, isn't it?
The last one is fuck. Angry Casper had it right. Angry Casper had it right. And we all think that way. It's without fail. I think that all men really do, and probably to this
we
day,
are basic as fuck. If any woman actually like analyzed any of us, they would know that basic as fuck.
The reason they can't is because they overcomplicate it.
No, I know. It's
we're
very
really simple creatures. We're
we're literally, all I have to do is aim, fuck, and drive. All right, we're good. If I don't know how to do that, we're fucked.
Yeah, and we all think that we can do those things much younger than we actually can.
Yeah, but saying is, I grew up in the 90s, so it was the era of seeing the participation ship awards, and I was like, this is fucking garbage. What the fuck is this doing to me? This is in my head at that time of like being the one white guy on the travel team for the Maryland State traveling team. I was like, this is a fucking joke. I literally worked my ass off for a participation award for us sucking because they don't know how to fucking pass the ball. And I have to cover their ass for defending because they don't sweep or anything in soccer. What the fuck, bro?
Yeah.
And then I started to see participation awards in wrestling and karate, BJJ, like everything. What the
Uh-oh. Shelby.
fuck?
Yeah, there we go. You kind of
Competition
you
to
kind of
have-
lagged out there. I don't know if you're on a cell phone or what.
Oh, no, I'm on cell phone. My keyboard's dead, so I can't actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we lost pretty much probably the last 2 or 3 sentences.
I basically I saw that in every sport I was actually competing in that there's participation trophies, and I was like, what the fuck are we doing with the youth? You're literally just neutering the youth. And this is in the 90s. And I was like, this makes me want to be harder, in my opinion, as a dog of wanting to be competitive in my sport. It's like, this is going to make me harder. And then it's going to make the people that don't want to compete in the sport be like, oh, I got something and I didn't distribute anything. If that makes sense. Basically. That's why I said like the last 3 sentences.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I don't know if she's going to be back. I don't see is OPC
I think she got scared because I was coming in hot.
No, she seemed like a good sport. She seemed like she didn't really.
Weird. So. She's sketchy, bro. She's sketchy. I don't know.
I think she's trying really hard to raise the money to go on whatever.
I actually feel like it's more about clout, to be honest.
That too.
I'm just gonna be honest with you.
OPC Dawn is still on, or anybody that knows. Oh, she is coming back. Okay,
nice.
Anna is a cousin of Desiree from whatever, really, or Ava rather. Wow.
Oh my god. She's stalking me after this. I don't want to be here. Sorry. I thought it was funny.
I can wait a few. Yeah, I can wait a few minutes.
Great. This is nice to be with you talking.
Yeah,
it's cool.
Yeah, it's an interesting. It's always interesting being on stream.
No, yeah. I was just telling Belay the whole time. He's like, "Put me in, coach. Put me in, coach. I'll go."
I'm a pay pig, huh? Interesting. That's
Why?
Interesting.
Why are you a pig? What the fuck does that mean?
I don't know. Well, I guess it means I do send a lot of TTS, but
you. And as I told you before, use my money to go.
I did.
And
it's an interesting thing about this. The thing about it is it's worth it to me to just literally be able to say what I want to say immediately, right?
Oh yeah, I get you. There are times where I'm just like, I should probably send a TTS, but I don't want to spend $200.
Right.
And that one time I did, I was just like, yeah, no, I remember it used to be like $5 maybe $10 for a TTS.
I think it was
for
yeah,
him.
it's $10. It was 10 and then went to 20, just like I have it
Yeah.
here now.
No,
And then
I can't remember properly because I've followed her for a long time, and then I just don't remember the actual like gross sum that he did.
Yeah,
But,
she won't
like,
be able to
with-
see the chat either, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm watching the chat. I'm watching my chat. She won't be able to see the chat, I don't think. So she's been watching her chat. But no,
But
I
I
would
was
not.
thinking-
I would not pay for someone to go be on whatever. Although I should
No.
be on whatever soon. Actually,
I hope you are. It'd be interesting, to be honest.
yeah.
I don't think a lot of them would be like. I think they would have somewhat of chance at the start, but I don't think they would actually like get past your demeanor.
Mm-hmm.
They would just like succumb after that. They couldn't take all the attacks.
That's all right.
To be honest, the only reason I dropped that 200, I was like, bro, this bitch needs to actually know that she is not.
No, that's not cool.
I was saying it.
Yeah, I don't do that. So they are noting that I support whatever's podcast with expensive super chats and a derogatory term.
Oh, I didn't see that. Sorry.
Yeah, that's not cool.
That's not cool, bro.
That's not meant to make me feel good.
That's like me saying I'm sending you money just to support you. That's fucked up.
Yeah. I do say shut the fuck up a lot, crazy mama. I really do.
Yeah. He does. He does.
I say that a lot.
Crazy mama, shut the fuck up. Go back.
Well, I had to the one night because it was just those
She knows I'm joking, by the way.
yeah. I do say shut the fuck up a lot though.
No,
I really do
you
say it a lot. But I have other phrases, like yesterday I said don't be an asshole at least a dozen times. No, you may not time Arthur Dia out.
Crazy mama, did you want to be timed out? Because I can do that right now.
There's no timing out.
I'm not timing her out. I'm
time
just
out the
making
people
it.
who
I'm
need
just
to be
joking.
timed out.
I'm
That's
just making
good.
a joke. I'm just making a joke.
Podcast. I'm glad we had Pearl on for the short time.
Dude, Pearl was awesome, bro. Like, seriously, like, I don't.
You really just never know who you're going to run into on this show, really, because I talk to so many different people.
Dude, I think Pearl demoralized Ava, to be honest. She was like, you don't know what you're stepping into.
Right. Yeah. Well, I
with
told
the
her,
aspect of going
I
whatever.
told her that she needed to be really sure that, what hill she wanted to die on because ruthless. And you can't use Google.
Yeah, literally. It's just like, and I was just like, bro, how do you not know any of these facts? Like, I have a list of facts I know from just
from whatever. I mean, it's literally the same show every week. I mean, it's not.
Well, it's not whatever. It's more the aspect that I was going to go into forensics and crime, like CSI kind of bullshit. So I needed to know the facts, like the statistics of everything. So what happened was, yes, I wanted to be a teacher, and I was like, fuck that. I kind of saw that when I was tutoring people in college. I was like, I can't stand this shit. I'm going to just go to forensics. Fuck this shit.
Yeah.
So I thought you were going to read that chat. That's why I stopped for a second.
I'm just like kind of poking around. I don't know. Right, I guess is from her chat.
Oh, okay.
The final boss for feminists. That's funny.
What the fuck does a pig mean?
Yeah. It was totally cool to have Pearl on. I It was
That
confusing. I
is
was like, how
surprising. I
are
was
we
like,
hearing
when
Pearl?
Glenn came up, I was like, oh, okay, Glenn's here.
No,
And Pearl's here.
Arthur Dyak, Glenn and Pearl are friends.
Yeah.
Glenn used to work with Pearl. He was her producer, and they're really good friends. And she's visiting California on business. And actually, it is. There's a chance that I might be able to get her on the show. I don't know. We'll see. But she's already
I
been
hope
on the show once. You know.
I might press her for that, just so that you can get a Pearl.
Beta Bucks Deluxe is Pay Pig. That's funny.
That's hilarious, to be honest. Beta Bucks.
Yeah. No, Glenn wasn't interviewing Pearl for his channel, although I'm sure that she'll be on his channel while she's in town.
I was actually wondering why he ended the stream early today, because I didn't get a pop-up or notification to actually watch his stream today.
I think the guy that was supposed to be on canceled or something. I think they were supposed to do like a round 2 or whatever.
I think he might have ended early because Pearl was coming into town.
Well, that too. I think he had to get to that. I think he probably had to pick her up from the airport or something.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is like usually his like hours is like it's literally
not anymore.
Not below 8.
Glenn has a new job in addition to everything else he was doing.
I didn't know this, so
he's been really he's still doing his video editing for the studio.
Yeah.
GMD Jim donated $20. I know that you are into road racing. Were you ever into drag racing? I used to be involved, way back in the day.
So I was never, thank you for the $20 donation, GMD Jim. I was never really into drag racing myself. I've done it a couple of times, nothing big, just usually when we had rented out the track and the track happened to have a drag strip on the, on the front straightaway. And, but yeah, I did, I used to do a lot of engine building for drag cars. I helped engineer an all-wheel drive Eclipse that ran I think it ended up in the 8s is where it ended up. And I did a CRX once. And I've done some drag racing stuff. So Ava won't be back. Okay, cool. Josie has been helping her. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I don't think she'll do fine, to be honest, on the show.
Yeah, she'll be fine. He thinks she'll be fine on the show. Sure.
I don't think so.
I'm going to reserve comment.
I get you.
And there's a couple of reasons for that too. So
Brian's gotten actually I think early days, if she joined, she would be fine. Brian actually has gotten better with debating.
Well, he's just less tolerant.
I think he's become.
Yeah, the
I don't want to say jaded,
is right. Kronik is right. It depends on who she shares a panel with. Look, Brian's
true.
a lot less tolerant. First of all,
he doesn't put up with the shit as much as he used to.
He really isn't. And it's a good chance to be on a show. It's a good chance to grow her channel and all that stuff. But yeah,
if you look at the girls, and I don't know from his aspect of it, is I'm saying is if you look at the girls and you're that girl and you're like, well, I might shine, but I might want to be fucking quiet during this because, but Sunday, I was just like, this is chaotic as fuck. How the fuck did you just have all these psychopaths come on today? What the fuck happened? It's even if the same girl actually one word, you're like, she's a psychopath. Fuck off. She's a psychopath. I'm not really wrong about that. Like,
I mean, so here's the thing. Here's the thing that we have to look at, right? So first of all, she's going to stick to traditionally feminist talking points, which
yeah, we already know
literally
that's an
get
L.
refuted every single show. Like,
It's an L. It's an L.
and you know, the I really don't. I really don't know how to say this without being like kind of overly critical, but I mean, I just think that her outlooks are a little. I mean, I think she'll do fine. I think our guy is right. I think that it's correct that if she simply sticks to her beliefs and does not, go crazy, then she'll be fine. It'll be good. She'll get some, she'll get some subs out of it. All of that. And
I have a feeling she's going to go crazy, to be honest.
I mean, it could happen.
I'm just saying this here, right now, so that when anyone says that I was wrong, I am wrong. But I think she's going to go crazy on whatever, and she's not going to see the, like, humbleness of it. Whereas us, as men, we see a humblest aspect of it. We are like, how can I learn from this?
Mm-hmm.
Where she doesn't want to learn from it. She thinks like, I saw that from her talking to you and to a couple other people. She thinks she's hot shit, and I'm just like, bro, you're 5.
Well, I think that's every woman ever. So
no, I know, I get that, but I'm just saying how she presented herself to you. I was just like, bro, you're 5. He is not trying to grow strong, like fast or anything like that. He's trying to actually keep his fan base intact.
Yeah.
It like that's the thing that most of them don't understand.
Well, I think the thing is again that he has over 100 episodes making the same exact arguments and listening to them and trying to make the counter argument and failing miserably. So I just don't see an uptick to it. Mr. Boulay, I sent you a message in the Discord if you could take a second and check it out. And it's an interesting. I think it's interesting. I mean, I think she will be.
I think she will be entertaining for whatever.
Yeah.
But she's gonna last an episode. It's just an episode. Everyone's gonna forget that episode. It's what happens unless you're like Kiki or what was it? What's her face? The Puerto
Angry
Rican.
Casper straight up says she will get wrecked.
Oh, dude, I know she's gonna get wrecked.
She will get wrecked.
She is gonna get wrecked, and that's where I was like.
That's mean, man.
Like, to be honest,
I'm trying to be on a polite up here and be like, yeah, you know,
Casper,
Angry Casper is like, she's gonna get wrecked.
She is gonna get wrecked. I was coming in the aspect of like, bro, I don't think you understand how damaging the fucking whatever podcast can do to you as a woman.
It is honest. It is honest. I was being honest and I didn't have to be.
No,
like,
I know, but I was like, fuck this shit. I'm gonna fucking kill her.
That's funny.
And
That's
like,
funny as shit.
she's not here, so I can't actually bring my points to the fact of the whatever podcast is gonna kill her.
That was very funny. Golly. That was she's gonna go in all
Casper,
confident.
I am very happy you said that because that's what I was thinking when I was reading and seeing all of her messages. I was like, this bitch doesn't know what she's getting into.
If she goes against Andrew, she's getting more than wrecked.
Dude, she's gonna bury
demoralized.
herself. She's
Like-
literally digging the grave and then burying
literally
herself.
demoralized. I would literally believe. I mean, honestly, I could see Andrew like even bringing up this show. Hey, you even prepped. You prepped and came up and got wrecked. Oh my gosh. Oh, who
She's
knows?
not
You can never
prepared.
tell when Andrew's going to be on.
She is not prepared for what Brian's gonna bring to her.
Yeah.
And Brian's
it's gonna
like
be,
the soft.
Man, it's gonna be so tough. It's gonna be so crazy. So yeah, man, it's gonna be rough, man. Just saying. Yeah, Andrew won't Andrew's not gonna let it go. Yeah. I don't think Pearl is scheduled to be on, whatever, but you never know. You absolutely never know. But yep. Yeah. I don't know. I think I think it's interesting. I think that there's a I got you, Mr. Boulay. Thank you, sir. You're a gentleman and a scholar. But I don't know. I think if she actually she's not prepared yet. Look, at least watch one of the shows because
I don't think she actually watched one of the shows.
Hey,
I
well,
think
she's
she
watched
saw one
clips.
of the
She said
clips.
she watched
And
clips.
clips don't mean shit, to be honest.
Yeah.
I literally watched. Yesterday, I watched Andrew go into TikTok for the first time in forever. And I haven't seen
Yeah.
TikTok in over a year.
Yeah.
I was like, these people are crazy. They're fucking crazy. They don't see how the world is. They're just like, well, it's just me. It's just me. I'm like, oh my god. You're fucking retards. You just focus on your fucking cell phone and not anything else.
Yeah.
And that's what I saw as a actual manager, to be honest. I was like, fuck off. You see it as a free money aspect, but you don't want to put effort into it. I was like, this fucking pisses me off.
Yeah. Guys, I think I'm just about ready to call. Does anybody else want to come up and air your grievances?
Anyone can take my
express
place.
Opinions, beat me up, talk shit, whatever. Agree with me. You can always agree with me. Agreeing with me is awesome.
I enjoyed talking to you, Grid. It was amazing.
Yeah, thanks, Shelby. It was really good, man. It was really good.
Yeah, back and forth was great. I really wanted to debate Ava.
Well, I don't think she came on the debate, and that's what I was kind of trying to get at earlier. You can't. Unfortunately,
no.
It's
I
just
got
not.
I was gonna be soft on it. I was like, yeah. It's gonna be softer on it, but like to be honest, I wanted to make sure that if she actually talked to us at the same time, I would like lean her to a different area of like, hey, let's focus here instead of like you hating everyone.
Yeah.
That's the only aspect of it. I was like, I just want you to lean you. You don't hate everyone. Let's go here. That's only. I saw that. I was like, oh, she's jaded as fuck.
Yeah. I'm actually not. I'm. Like I said, I don't know.
You don't have to say it. We can talk about it in private.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. I think the whole thing is interesting. I think that it would be very.
No, see, I, in my person to go to whatever, I would want to prepare for whatever because I know it's going to come out kind of like what you don't want to think. You always have to prepare for the worst before you actually prepare for the best, right?
Yeah.
For any kind of like outcome. So her coming in saying, I'm going to go on whatever. I'm like, you're not prepared for whatever. I can already tell from the aspect of what you're saying to us as the audience. It's like, you're not prepared for that shit. And that's a tame down kind of thing other than F and F or Andrew. Andrew's going to slaughter you in like 2 seconds if you come.
Yeah, but Andrew, look, Andrew will wreck you on the facts, but he's not going to go at if you're belligerent, he'll go after you because
he'll go after you quickly if you're belligerent, but he will steady your pace to the slaughter.
He just mirrors energy, right? So
yeah, like literally, like that's how he rolls. Like he literally matches you. But the problem is that girl would go in blind on Andrew and get slaughtered. And I'm like, you're not prepared for that. You're really not prepared at all. You were like, well, I'm going on Andrew. I'm like, what's your topic? What do you mean the topic? And then later it was like, how are you coming in? What are your points or anything like this?
Yeah.
I have no plan. I was like,
we
what?
will see. We will see how it goes.
That's the biggest problem if you go against Andrew is you have to have a topic. You have to have
Brian. Brian's gonna,
dude, Brian's gonna destroy her. And that's why I was trying to come in and debate, like do a little debate. It was a minor debate compared to like just to prepare her for whatever.
Yeah.
Because she came in hot and I was like, do you not watch the actual like podcast, bro? He comes in, gives you all what you want to hear, and then comes in hard.
Yep. Arthur Dias says she could come on here. I'm assuming that she means to say again and tackle a couple of questions. Yeah, she could.
I agree with that, Arthur Dias. Like she needs to tackle a couple questions and then get a little kind of like competition in her to her points, and then we'll be good. Like that's like you have to prepare for whatever if you're gonna be on whatever. You can't be like some dumb oh my god, my tongue just dumb.
All right, guys. I am
okay.
I'm gonna call it. I'm tired. Good. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Good night.
Nobody else wants to come up and yell at me.
Do it tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'll be on tomorrow night. OPC Don, you would be better off telling her just to come by tomorrow night, and we'll be the guys here will be welcome. We'll be happy to chat with her. The tomorrow night will be a chill stream, guys. It's going to be like really cool.
It's always chill.
And it's actually always pretty chill stream. I
mean, it's very chill.
Yesterday afternoon was pretty riled up, but other than that, I don't know if there's anyone to raid. I was thinking maybe Andrew was on, but I
don't know if Andrew's on because I haven't been able to check, to be honest.
Yeah, let me take a look here.
I know Cat is premiering, but that's about it.
Oh yeah, Cat's probably re-releasing a video from before. Who's live out there, guys? Hey, Jess White, how are you?
Hello, Jess. Are you streaming in like 2 hours? I should know by now.
Yeah, because you'll need to get some sleep.
I need to get like at least 2 hours.
Project VO Pod, they dropped in as well. Yeah, all right, come on. Cool.
Oh, damn. Nice, Jake. I appreciate you coming in and showing face. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I gotta crash out, man. It's late.
Dude, I feel you. It's almost 1 a.m. and I have to get up in like 4 hours.
Speakeasy. Got a TTS coming
Mr.
in.
Bulle donated $20. Dedicated to Mr. in the chat. Kyrie Eliasson, down the road that I must travel. Kyrie Eliasson, through the darkness of the night. Kyrie Eliasson, where I'm going, will you follow? Kyrie.
Are you gonna do speak easy thing as
Yeah,
a
I think I'll do.
judge?
Yeah, I think I'll hit speakeasy. Let me get this set up.
I can see you as a judge, to be honest.
Yeah, they want me as a moderator. I think on like their Thursday night show or something like that. I don't know. I've got to figure that part out.
Yeah. Because you usually do live on Thursday night, if I remember correctly.
I don't normally know.
No, it's just this last week.
Yeah, just this last because I didn't do Wednesday because I had a bunch of stuff. This week's been weird. This week's been
this whole week has been fucking weird for me. I was like,
yeah. OPC Don, she can come by tomorrow night. We'll be here. I mean, I'm not always on, but I'm quite often on.
Hey guys, get the likes up, or Australia becomes an actual country, and we don't want that.
That's true. That's true.
No one wants that.
Not that they're not an actual country already.
They're a fake country, all right? They're under the Commonwealth, so it's a fake country.
Yeah. It's an island. It doesn't count as a country.
Does not count. If it was New Zealand, it'd be a different situation. But no, does not count as a country.
All right. Okay, guys. I'm going to end it. You guys are going to go over to Speakeasy. Wish him well. We'll see who wins. You guys get to see who wins verbal combat. And Shelby, thanks for being on. Everybody else, thanks for being in the chat. Ava, thanks for coming on. It was interesting and kind of fun.
I enjoyed it.
You're acting in good faith. So if not, the chat will burn you down. That's what happens.
They always do.
Yeah. So,
they always do.
Yeah, I'm saying, Jess, I can't hang on any longer. I'm gonna go to bed. So I'm sorry, Jess. I'm gonna send him over to speak.
Sorry, Jess, but you came too late. It happens, man. Sex aside.
I'm actually surprised I'm on the. Yeah, I'm usually on around this time.
But like after
typically end.
I kind of get it. I get it.
Today's been a long day. So, and I did last.
I get it.
Yeah. All right, guys. You guys have a great night and get off my lawn. See ya.